So Isola?
I do.
Yes, yes.
So, yeah, just talking about the space. So, my name is Matteo. I'm from Italy, from near Bergamo city. It's important to know this data. So, this space is made in Italy because it's created by an architect. Her name is Ailen. The real name is Ilenia. And it is one of our case study where with an architect design technology, we can put the building and create this kind of space and effect in the metaverse. So I just put a model in converted model for Unity and for Conita, the light system, and our purpose is just to replicate a real movie theater in this case. So about our studio, we started to collaborate with Choice, I think more than 1 year ago. So I want to thank Alexander for the partnership, for the collaboration. It was very cool because it made, I think, the record, worldwide the record of the Metaverse event. I think it's right, Alexander. You did how many?
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much for highlighting, and we are. Sorry, go ahead. You know, it's happening sometime in Metaverse when you are see how people are talking. But definitely, we are proud to have you in our core team and the Choice family. You are supporting us and your development is beautiful, and it's a pleasure to showing your beautiful spaces with a great gamification and great knowledges. And I'm glad to be a part of Fashion Metaverse Conference. And thank you, Isola, for connected all dots and make this unbelievable, huge and bigger in my understanding Metaverse event and this year. And second day, I can't wait to here inside from very knowledgeable and professional speakers, and glad to have your Marcito, your spaces, because it will be a second space as well, and you are main supporter of Choice. I'm super respectful.
Great, big pleasure, and very happy. Big pleasure for me for having Isola, for having the Spatial Metaverse Conference here. So thanks.
So the mic is yours. Drive us what we're gonna do. I understand that we are starting live streaming. We are waiting the speakers, which is slowly coming, but our audience can be close to us in the Metaverse. You can find the link in all social, mostly on LinkedIn, Twitter, and Instagram. But also you can watch live streaming in couple partners channels. If you don't want to be a part of the event and be present digitally by avatar and shape, no pressure. Everyone is welcome. Everyone is can do it what they want. So can't wait. Isola, let us know when we are starting, and maybe a small announce of the program for today.
Yes, so from today we will have all the programming from the Web3 and community, so everyone will talk about. And Aditya is our today's moderator, so he is on the Zoom, so a little bit technical problem, so he hear a double voice. But Aditya, if you can speak directly from Zoom, you can introduce our first panel. From me, everything, the sound is okay. So if you don't mind, you can just speak something. We can hear only
Sure,
one
sure.
voice.
I was actually waiting because I could hear the conversation in Spatial, and I didn't want to speak over. So welcome everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you are logging in from on the planet. Welcome to the second day of the Fashion Metaverse conference. We've had an amazing day one where we had a lot of the speakers from the digital fashion AI. And today we've got a great lineup of speakers, a lot from the Web3 crypto space, a lot of people who are doing interesting projects on use cases of Web3. We're starting off with a panel with Sander Gansen, Nizzar Ben Chekroune, and Armin ZadakBar. A little bit about them. They're all founders of Banana Corp. And Sander, of course, is from Tallinn, Estonia. He's been a past advisor for Startup Wise Guys. His motto is dream, risk, have fun, and never regret. Nizzar, of course, is on the call with us. He's been very successful in fundraising 1.5 million in July 21. He's created a lucrative NFT fund and was an early investor into the Bored Ape Yacht Club and CryptoPunks. Armin, on the other hand, is not just the founder of Banana Corp, he's the president of the European Web3 Association, and he's also the founder of Armin Bar in New York and Milan. And my understanding is it's a Web3 studio. So I'm going to admit Nizzar in. I don't see the others, but I think they may be in Spatial. So over to you, Nizzar. Welcome. And I think you guys are speaking about loyalty and personalization. So I'll hand over the mic to you guys and take over.
Hello.
Yeah, Nizzar, we can hear you.
How are you doing?
Doing very well. Thank you for asking. How's it been with you?
It's been hectic, but thankfully everything is super fine.
Excellent, excellent. And we have your co-panelists, that is Sander and Armin. Will they be joining Zoom or are they already present in Spatial?
This is a great question.
Okay.
But what is best for you? Do you want me to come in Zoom or Spatial? What is the best?
I think what works best is if you speak in Zoom and they live cast it to Spatial, and
Yeah.
users can see the screen on Spatial. So
Okay.
I think Armin has joined us as well. I feel the
Yeah,
third.
and Sander is on his way.
Great. So I will leave you gentlemen to start off, and I'm going to cut my video for now.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning, monsieur.
Ça va?
Ça va bien.
How's it going, Nizzar? Good to see you, brother.
Yeah, good to see you as well. Been a long time, huh?
Yeah.
Because people need to
2
know
weeks.
that 2 weeks. Yeah, people need
Not
to know
even.
that we're partners, like invisible partners. Everyone is one corner of the world, you know?
So, what's been cooking over here? I have no idea. I've seen all these messages at the end. Like, I just woke up, have my coffee. It's like, let's just
Yeah,
hang
you're
out
live.
here.
You're live. You know that.
Yes.
Sender is coming. Isola
Okay.
seems here, but I don't hear her. But as I heard, it's broadcasted directly in the conference in the metaverse.
Beautiful. And our topic was something regarding the community,
Fashion,
if I'm not mistaken.
fashion.
Beautiful. You want to start, Nizzar? I'm still getting
I'd like
myself
to-
caffeinated.
I'd like to wait for Sender, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Let's see, because otherwise it's going to be difficult. Okay.
And gentlemen, what we have down as your topic is about loyalty and personalization. So it could segue into fashion, but in general, the power of having Web3 communities we can like to hear a thing or two about loyalty and personalization.
Okay. Do we have to introduce ourselves, or how do you see that? How did people do it?
I had actually given out an introduction. So I mentioned that, Sander, Nizzar, and Armin are all co-founders of Banana Corp. I mentioned that you're a past startup. I mean, Sander is a past startup advisor to Startup Wise Guys. And I talked about your successful fundraise of 1.5 million and the lucrative NFT fund you created. So if you'd like to, segue into that, talk a little bit about what you've done, you're more than welcome to. I gave a brief intro that Armin was the president of the European Web3 Association, and he also runs Armin Bar, both in New York and Milan. And I understand that's a Web3 studio.
So no, that's actually a great point that you mentioned for the European Web3 organization. In fact, it's a great point to mention that today we're going to announce the new board of directors. Some very familiar faces you're going to see on the board that they're going to be announced today. We have from Sanya Khan, the VP of Circle, John Karp, founder of NFT Factory and founder of Non-Fungible Conference, Ethan Pierce, one of the co-founders of NFT Factory and founder of Borderless Venture. We have also Mo, head of education of Ledger. We have Sander and Nizzar, of course, with us. We have Raido Sar. He's also the president of Estonian Web3 Chamber. We have Magnus Jones. Also, he's coming from a very long background with technology background. He's the blockchain lead of Ernst & Young for the Nordics. And we have Chana. She's the head of partnerships for Rug Radio Decrypt. And so many other people. I just don't want to like some of the known names. And we're gonna announce the full 15 board members today and their new roles, because the whole idea for those that you don't know, European Web3 organization is a non-for-profit organization based in Brussels to technically help shape the European Web3 ecosystem, the future of the Web3 in Europe. And these names that most of you are very familiar with them, they're gonna each take a piece that we call them a vertical. And that vertical is something that is very important, like an important piece of the puzzle for the Web3 space as a whole. And these people are the some of the most experts in that area. Sander, for example, that just arrived, he's going to be the VP of events. Nizzar, with all his communication skills that you know, he is the VP of communication. We have Shana with all these shared skills of connecting people. She's going to be the VP of partnership. We have Mo, that's, as I said, head of education for Ledger. He's going to be the VP of education. And so many others. I don't want to, we were just waiting for you, Sander, to come. So I was just giving a little bit of a background about what's happening also with the European Web3 organization and the fact that we're announcing the new board today. But I think the whole topic that we're supposed to talk is about loyalty and personalization. I don't want to be the only one talking. So Sander and Nizzar, maybe I'll leave it to you guys.
I'm trying to know the mechanics and knowing if we're live or not yet.
I think we're live.
We're live and it's being streamed to Spatial.
Okay, cool. Sander, hi, how are you doing?
Hey, Nizzar. Hey, Armin. Great to be with you here. And thank you, Armin, for the introductory on the European Web3 organization. Briefly, maybe on my side, for those that don't know me, I'm Sander, based in Estonia. These days, I'm one of the co-founders for Banana Corp and also hosting the event Banana Conf, which the next one is happening in less than 4 weeks' time in Tallinn, Estonia. And before that, I've been in the tech industry for the last 10 plus years, mostly working with supply chain companies on helping to streamline supply chain, as well as working with different emerging technologies to incorporate loyalty and gamification and everything else into a B2B field as well, which is why we're today here. Nizzar.
Yeah, so I'm wearing a Dolce Banana shirt, so it made sense to me to wear this today. I'm really happy to join the Fashion Metaverse conference. I want to streamline the tremendous work of the team. What they have been doing within few months is absolutely crazy, dropping this kind of event. So chapeau or bini to the team. My name is Nizzar Ben Chekroune. I'm from Marrakech, Morocco, and I have been, as Sander and Armin, very early in the NFT space. At first, all of us were just like playing around and just gathering around communities and feeling very, very safe within the space. And we understood, the three of us, each one at his own pace, the importance of what was happening. We were not just flipping JPEGs or buying shitcoins, but we were actually building the future of internet. And life made us encounter a few years later, after the crash, after learning a lot, and we decided to build Banana Corp, which is a holistic ecosystem, trying to gather everything that we love to do. I love to do marketing. Armin is a great, I call him the politician. He's a great politician. He has this strength to gather people around him, around serious subjects. And Sander, he's just a freak builder. So we decided to build this ecosystem called Banana Corp. Some of it is doing events to gather the most talented people from all over the world. We have Banana Conference in Tallinn, starting in April from the 20th to the 24th. We gather people from all over the world. They come to join forces and meet builders. This is a builders event. It's a family size event from 1,000 to 4,000 people during 3 days. Biggest event in the Nordics and Eastern Europe. And then we just realized that the space needed something that was specific, and we created Web3 X industry events, and we started with Web3 X fashion last year in Milan in September during the Fashion Week. It's going to reiterate this September as well.
Bigger and better.
Bigger and better, bigger and better, bigger coverage. We can't do better brands, can we? We have brands such as Prada, Valentino.
Better maybe for the food.
Yeah, for the
Actually,
food, yeah.
the food was
Dolce
good.
Gabbana,
But
Ledger, and many other brands joined forces during that event. But Sander,
I think this is the important question of like, why are we here to talk about the loyalty and personalization? Because as Nizzar said, we all come from long term of Web3 and trying to understand what can be done there. And for most people, especially when you talk to any regulators, they still see that Web3 is all about just crypto, as in
shit coins.
Doing some sort of meme coins or shit coins or however you want to name them, trading stuff, and then doing the NFT, whether it is art or it's just different collections that are just meme coins with pictures. And oftentimes people think that this is everything. And at least from my side, when I first looked into the blockchain industry back in 2015, I also thought that this would be everything, because like I didn't really care about the finance side, and I didn't really see a path forward. That said, long story short, after having been through all of this, and at the same time, me and Nizzar and Armin looking at the supply chain side, we started to look at actually there are some key elements that can work within the future of internet and have actual business use case outside of just being fun. And so when it comes to now talking about the fashion specifically, then I think most of us here looking at this event will be thinking that, oh, fashion equals everything like digital, as well as Metaverse, etc. But what we have been seeing by talking with the big brands themselves is that they actually see that in addition to all of this, there is also the part of loyalty and personalization, whereby the what is happening in internet these days is that cookies are getting lost normal advertising of Facebook and Google doesn't really work that well. And brands constantly have a question how to be closer to their customers. And Web3 has opened this part where all of us are constantly saying that we love this brand and we're putting out their pictures or we're collecting their NFTs, which makes us much easier to be traced and easier to be offered some personal things as well as gamified towards loyalty. And this is something that at least us three really see as the next steps of what's happening in all this space. Armin, I'm sure that you want to share some of your favorite examples as well.
What you could
absolutely.
do, just before that, what you could do, we receive questions directly on the call, which is absolutely fantastic. So the question that you may want to answer, Armin, is how is Web3 loyalty solutions different from regular loyalty tech from the brand and consumer's point of view?
Before I get into that, I wanted to show something. I don't want to go too much in detail, but to explain a little bit more about everything that we said, that the reason also when we're talking about that loyalty, the other solutions, that loyalty programs that can be, okay, what does that mean to do it with the Web3 with Web3 solutions, or when we're talking about fashion, when we're talking about Web3 and fashion, we're not only talking about like digital fashion. One of the reasons and one of the aspects that we were working on together with our partners for the Web3X industry was to put together a blueprint for the industry. This blueprint was that, I don't want to go into too much detail, but just to show you guys that we were going from the pre-production to the manufacturing to the shipping logistics, going through the branding, communication, retail distribution, shop and delivery, all the way to the usage and possession, and then the also the reuse and recycle. And what we did over there, we started with this fashion sector, getting one that was starting from one industry, and start breaking it down into various pieces from the pre-production all the way to the second-hand life of a product, and trying to see what are the solutions that they're active now and what can be done, what are the problems that might be over there. As you see here with partners, with us and the European Web3 organizations, are all us and the AKQA, we're trying to revisit everything that industry such as fashion can do, and starting not from, okay, here is the solution, you need to do that, but what we called it the problem finding, trying to listen to them and see where they can, where are the problems that they have that we might be able to answer with such solutions. One of these, for example, the idea of a company that we're working very closely as well, that for the loyalty, for the authentication and identification. A lot of the times when we're thinking about it, the first thing that comes into mind is to just put a NFC chip to it and then create a digital twin NFT. But then there are so many problems over there, such as feasibility. How are you going to put an NFC chip on a diamond or a watch? There is the sustainability aspect to it. Like imagine the mountains of NFC chips that over time they're going to accumulate. And the security of it depends also how you put it. But a lot of the times it's not going to be that difficult to take out the NFC chip or add a fake NFC chip to a product to make it a. So there are layers of, also we're looking at companies that they can use biotech, for example, and nano particular materials in order to answer such problems. And in terms of the loyalty programs over here, there is this concept that started a few years ago that you all heard of, the concept of CRM, customer relationship management, the databases that you use, and these big corporations have to contact their customers. A lot of issues there in terms of like the privacy, in terms of when there's going to be a data breach and stuff like that. But then there is the new concept of WRM, which is the wallet relationship management, which keeps a lot of the unnecessary personal information with the customer. And the brands, instead of interacting and understanding who is, for example, Nizzar Ben Chekroune or Sander Gansen, they just look at that wallet and what are the activities that wallet has. You don't need to have cookies to go around, see that Nizzar that bought this from us is also looking at that other brand in a different industry. You can also see what are the more we go and we have a lot of this stuff on chain, we can see that wallet, what are the other, for example, collections, or what are the other activities that brand has. These are all public information on chain. So then you would be able to communicate with them in a very, very personalized way, but without even necessarily knowing who is that person, but the wallet owner, based on the behaviors of the wallet. I want to pass it to you, Nizzar, because I feel like every time I start talking, I talk a lot.
No, you don't. You have this talent to being very precise and trying to outline every part of it, and that's why I love working with you. Same with Sander. You guys take the time to explain it like if you were explaining it to an 8 years old, and that's what I have been trying to do as well as a marketer for the past 3 years in the space.
And if I open a parenthesis here, Nizzar, exactly on what you're saying, this is exactly what corporations need. You need to treat them after what we see. The only time that we managed to do anything with big corporations was when we start explaining these things without considering a lot of the stuff that we know as a given. And just walk them through and understanding that they're smart people, but they might not know a lot of the stuff that for us is a given.
Yeah, the thing is that it's exactly this. It's all about, it ends up at educating ourselves, because we've been doing that. You know, we got to talk about a time where finding information on how to create a wallet was absolutely impossible on internet. Like you couldn't go on Google and type, I want to create a wallet. So because we did put the work in place, and because we stayed with the turmoil of the space, we might have a good opportunity to share our experience. Because when you talk about education to big corporation, they feel like they're going to be mentored or something like that, and it's not something they'd like to hear. So it's more of sharing experiences here. And what I think when it comes to that, before you go for it, Sander, and then I'll continue. Go for it.
Yeah, I think when it comes to the experiences, the best thing is to show what is already working. And that's the part where fashion is still some steps behind of another industry, which is very much ahead. And this is travel. At least in my experience, the things that travel companies are doing these days are super amazing. Whether it is the simple things like Air Baltic, the Latvian airline that has a NFT that if you own it and if you hold it in your wallet, it generates you personalization points, or basically points that you can later be using for purchasing new flights or other things within their ecosystem. Or if you do actually fly with them, then it marks special things for you, which give you free upgrades to business class every 10th or 25th flight. That's one interesting and easy way. But one of my very personal favorites is what Lufthansa has been doing. Because in Lufthansa case, there's an application called Uptrip, where whenever you travel with them, then you would get different cards, which have the information about which airline did you fly, from where to where, and also which exact type of plane.
I know
And
you're
what you do
addicted
with
to
them.
that, huh? No, you become addicted.
They have gamified this by making it so that you would have to put those cards together into different collections. And if you fill those collections, you get special rewards, which may be just like a one-time free upgrade, or it might be that if you have really collected 6 specific cards from different places around the world, you get a 1 in 10 luggage that is just very special for you, and you know that there's only 10 of those in the world. And then you also can make it.
The day we've seen that,
then,
you and me, we said that would be a great use case for LVMH or for this big, yeah, this is what we've said. And yeah, continue. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so as Nizzar said, that the first day when we saw this thing, we right away thought that, everyone knows that there's the 3 big stores for Victoria's Secrets, and they should be the ones where they say that if you go and buy something from the first 2, then if you go for the 3rd one, you get something small for free. And you really gamify these type of things like that. And this goes for almost every fashion brand out there who could be doing something like that. So that's one of my favorite examples of how you can make it happen there. And our question is, why blockchain? And there's 2 reasons for why blockchain. Firstly, not everyone cares, and they just want to get liquidity by selling off those stupid cards that don't really do anything for them anyway. And this way, even if it's like €5 or €10 that you can get it for selling this card to someone else who cares, this gives free money to you. And this is one of the easiest examples. But then you have the second part of if you actually do make it all happen, and like Lufthansa has been doing it on chain, it means that other companies can also connect with the same system and start giving their benefits without you having to have to do manual integrations with their systems, which has been one of the main reasons why big industries are so slow in adopting new things, because they always have to do one-on-one directed integrations, whereas with blockchain, they can just take this data, which is already out there, plug it in, and start using it, which is amazing.
Blockchain, yeah, exactly. It's absolutely fantastic because blockchain allows this exponential curve line of knowledge. And I have here in the chat something really good. They say, we need to be spoken like an 8 years old because Web3 is less than 8 years. So I like it because it all lies down there. And it starts with the semantic, we're talking about Web3, but when you go and you talk about Web3, you never know what it's inside. It's a toolbox. It's a new internet. Like internet had pages, apps, emails, or whatever. You just got to see it as the underlying technology is blockchain. But then you have tools. You have tools like NFTs, SVTs, AI, VR, and all the upcoming tools that are going to come and disrupt, or at least give the opportunity to disrupt industries. What I like to do, and you know me well, guys, I like to spend time, or at least try to spend time in the future and try to come back and discuss about what's missing and see how we can push the button to start this. And one of the things that I like to say about fashion is I have never been paid for being a living billboard for brands. Like, never. Like, I've been walking with shiny Nikes or beautiful or ugly.
Their loss, Nizzar.
Huh?
Their loss.
Yeah, but their loss. Yeah, I guess so. But the main idea is you've been, all of us, whenever you wear something with a brand on it, you're just an advertisement walking. And you've never been rewarded for that. You paid actually to help them promote their product. So they created this kind of
Some
story.
people actually bad advertisement for those brands.
Yeah, but I agree.
No, I'm
with
just
you.
kidding.
But at the end, it only lies under the storytelling of these brands. So we were buying stories,
100%.
and I believe in the future you won't be only buying stories. You'd like to receive something in return. That's what happened with Meta, and we all felt like, okay, I'm creating content on Instagram, I'm creating content on Facebook, and I am the product, you know? So the question is, we are the product of these brands. What are the tools that will make us in the future look at someone and say, oh, he's been walking with these Nikes in Fifth Avenue from 8 in the morning to 5 p.m. And now we have the technology to trace his pace and reward him for that, because some street would give more reward than other streets, you know? So we can, as Sander said, look at what exists in other industries and try to replicate. This is a way to do it. We can be non-realistic and look at ourselves and try to do it from within. It wouldn't work like that, because the technology is so vivid, so early, that you need to look everywhere. Or we can go in the future and imagine what we need as consumers to receive from brand, and come and talk to them and say, the future consumer would like you to create something to reward him fairly. And there is a toolbox for that called Web3. You just gotta surround yourself with people who understand what they're talking about, or at least trying to understand, and build with these tools. That would be my take on this.
And exactly what Nizzar was saying, as everything is so new and changing, this is a reason where we also have to understand that most of the things that will be put out there will fail. And it's completely okay, because brands are testing. They're coming up with new concepts. They're putting those into the world. Some of it works, some of it's just learnings. Then they trash it down and make something new, which is better. This is exactly what happened recently with Starbucks. They realized that everything that they had built was a little bit kind of pansynomic and not really long-term sustainable. So now they are revamping the whole process. At the same time, we know that big brands like Valentino, Prada, Dolce & Gabbana, they have been launching different things as well, where they also got a lot of data, and now they're analyzing this data, and will be coming out with next and even better things. So that's the main message that we can give it to you from here, is that go check what other industries are already doing, try to copy those things here, as well as try to think what could be the future things and bring those in, and don't fear potentially screwing it up, because that's the only way you're going to be learning. If you launch something as a test, and then some of it works, some of it doesn't.
Test,
Wonderful.
learn, fail,
I
test.
think that was an
iterate.
amazing. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead. I thought you were done.
Test, learn, fail, test, learn, fail, reiterate. This is the only way to create value in any ecosystem.
Yeah, I think that was brilliantly put. And I really liked the spirit in which you guys conducted this. It was like three friends on a podcast, and you really spoke from the heart. And I learned so much from this. So thank you very much, gentlemen. Would love to connect. How do people get in touch with you? If you'd like to say a few words, and then we have the next.
They need to come to BananaCon in Tallinn.
Excellent.
They're going to have a banana on us.
Excellent.
Yeah,
And otherwise, go use Twitter or LinkedIn. You can find Armin by Armin Bar, Nizzar as the Nizzar, and me as Sander Gansen, or Sander the Ape.
And if you want to know more about the ecosystem, you go on bananacorp.xyz. Man, you may have everything there.
Excellent. What is the secret to so many successful startups and so many good Web3 startups in Tallinn?
You have to see it. It's in the water.
Yeah.
and also, there is nothing else to do than build tech here. So
Beautiful.
That's why we do tech.
And doing saunas.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, gentlemen. I appreciate all the time you give, all the thoughts.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. All right, everyone. So that was a pretty amazing talk that we had on Web3 personalization and loyalty. We have the next speaker with us. It's Ionut Gaucan. I hope I've pronounced your name right.
Yes. Hello.
He's logging in from beautiful Pordenone, Italy. So any place in Italy is beautiful. So you should tell us about that. He's the blockchain advisor. He's a crypto researcher, and he's worked on NAPUL ETH 2024 event. He calls himself freelance marketing specialist, and that's how much I could get on LinkedIn about you. But I think today's talk is going to be about Web3 community and ETH NAPUL. So we'd like to give you the floor, and if you can say some, if you can say something about yourself and talk about your talk today.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me, first of all. Yeah, I agree with you. Italy is very, very beautiful. But today I flew to Bucharest. So I am from Bucharest, from Romania, talking right now, because there is a great event of Ethereum that will be in the next days here in the capital of Romania. I am Ionut. I am a blockchain advisor. I am in the market since 2017. So I have a little bit of experience that I've earned during the time. I've done a lot of things. I'm involved in a lot of projects. I worked for Binance for 1 year, and yeah, and many things. Today I'll be generally gonna speak about what is the metaverse state. So what is the metaverse and why is so important? So I will go back to the basis of what is metaverse and in where is evolving, and how much is economically important for the ecosystem. So first of all, again, thank you very much for having me today, and I will be speaking about the metaverse evolution in time from the 2000 to the blockchain revolution that we are seeing today. So first of all, what is metaverse? This is the first question that we have to answer to ourselves in order to know where we are. So when we talk about the general concept of the metaverse, we have to imagine a multitude, many virtual worlds, 3D environments, also games, workspace, art, fashion, all together in maybe a centralized or a decentralized environments. So when we have this concept, we can have a general image of the metaverse. In the last 20 years, our human personal value have changed. Internet gave us different values. We have evolved. Right now, we are defining our identity through social networks. Those are the new values, and those are the new digital identities. Community is one of the most important motivation, that holding the concept, providing social interaction, supporting somebody else, sharing experience with other people, based on the interest, hobbies, professions, etc. So connections is another important thing. Connections refer to the relationship and the network formed between users and the metaverse. Interoperability, when we speak about the metaverse, we have to keep in mind that interoperability is one of the most important things, because if I have an avatar, it has to be almost the same avatar in many other metaverses. What else? There is a virtual economy. There's a virtual economy right now, very important, where commerce, buying, selling, trading virtual goods, services, and assets are very important, and they are getting a lot of attention and importance in general. Today, we are seeing mainly two types of metaverses. One is basically closed and the other one is open. But in future, I think that also the closed one will have like a bridge with the open one. So let's keep building, keep working. The open metaverse, it's the classic blockchain metaverse where you are protected by decentralization, cryptography. Those programs, those metaverse are open sources, are transparent, permissionless, so you can join everywhere around the world. Yeah, basically the classic blockchain like Decentraland or the Sandbox. Those are open metaverse. Then there are the other one is the closed metaverse, or the closed one. They are the opposite of the open. Basically, they are centralized, controlled by I don't know, a company, might be a corporate, etc., etc. But I think that in future, both they can come together and find a gap, fill a gap, find a bridge to them. So the first, the early concept about the metaverse, first time, as you well know, it was around 1992. With the science fiction novel of the Snow Crash. That's the first time when we heard about the metaverse and the first hypothesis about it. The real life experience, the first game of a real metaverse was built in 2000, was deployed in 2003. And you know, that is Second Life. Second Life was like a online multimedia platform that allows people to create an avatar and interact with other users like us. So that's the first real platform where somebody could have like a virtual Second Life and you know, interact with other users. Then from 2003 we have to go to 2010 and speak about the social media and virtual worlds. Around 2010, the most important social media platforms like Twitter and Facebook, Instagram have become very, very strong and dominant. People started using those social media every day, and we build an identity on those platforms during those years. Then from 2010 to today, we saw a really great growth about the virtual reality, VR, and augmented reality. And also those new technologies helped us to be more close to the concept of the metaverse that we are seeing today. Then from 2010 to today, we have another concept that is the blockchain and the decentralization of the metaverse. The integration of the blockchain technology has enabled to create decentralized virtual worlds, virtual environment with digital assets behind it, so with a digital economy. So as I said earlier, projects like Decentraland and the Sandbox allowed user to buy and sell virtual spaces, lands, and many other. But this is in the open source concept. Then another important thing to say about is that also in the last 4 years, we have seen the closed metaverse, like Facebook and Apple, growing constantly and integrating and investing in this technology. Also, the fashion metaverse and virtual goods, it's increasingly involved in the metaverse. It's creating virtual clothing, accessories. So the entire fashion is evolving to a virtual economy inside many different metaverses. So let's talk a little bit about, let's give some numbers, some dollars, some USD dollars numbers, because I think that the economy behind the metaverse it's quite important and cannot be ignored. There is an hypothesis that by 2030, so around in 6 years, maximum 6 years, the total market of the metaverse, open metaverse and closed metaverse, can reach around $5 trillion of economy, of global economy. So there are a lot of sectors that are right now investing in metaverse. The first one, the first one and the most important, obviously, is the base layer of the metaverse. If you want to build a metaverse, what do you need? You need infrastructure. You need programs. You need developers. So computer and IT. Let's keep in mind the $5 trillion. Of this $5 trillion, around 15% will be invested by computer and IT sector. Then also education. Education is another sector where we will see like around 10% of those 5 trillions invested in education in order to reach a massive global adoption. Also finance. The finance sector will invest also 10% in the metaverse sector. Marketing, medical and health also, because medical in particular, we will see an evolution. Many metaverses built with the scope, with the goal to educate the medical and health operations that doctors usually do, and so. So around $5 trillion by 6 years from now. So absolutely, there is a great investment opportunity. Company are studying it and investing it. Not all of them. The biggest one, the most important, are putting a great amount of energy. As I said earlier, the industry that will adopt some kind of metaverse, doesn't matter if it's open or closed, are all the industry around the world, from music, television, fashion and cosmetic, sports, automotive, offices, tourism, even the defense sector will invest in some kind of metaverse idea. Another essential concept when we talk about metaverses is the NFT concept. Basically, the NFT is the future of the digital property. So when we will jump into metaverse, we will have some NFT somehow, and that NFT belongs to us, and it is not in a centralized exchange. It has to be on a it's not on a centralized company. It has to be on a decentralized blockchain. For this reason, with the team of NAPUL ETH, NAPUL Ethereum, we are doing an event, a general Web3 event in Naples in September. And the NFT and Metaverse are going to be two of the most important topics that we will bring to our people that are coming to our event. And yes, so basically this is the whole introduction. Please let me know if you have any question, if you have other things, some curiosity to ask me.
Yeah, that was wonderful. And thank you very much. I think we got a very good understanding of how Web3 works, how the decentralized architecture works with the metaverse. I think that was truly a very good talk. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we're out of time. So if you want to wrap up in a minute, you have about a minute. Otherwise,
I have finished. So I hope that was clear. Thanks again for having me here. If you have other questions, you can find me on social media, and I'll be happy to reply to them. And thank you again.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. And that was an amazing talk by Ionut. And if you want to reach him, you can reach out to him on LinkedIn. And are you active on Twitter as well?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
So if you want to mention your X handle, I mean, that would be all right.
Yes, Gaudencio.eth. Gaudencio.
Wonderful. Excellent. Thank you, sir. I will go on to the next speaker now. We have with us Carlo Moretti, once again from Florence, Italy. I think Isola has a soft corner for Italy. So we're doing one beautiful place after the other in Italy. Carlo is the head of growth, and he's also of NFT ROME, and he's also, heading business development for Stargraph, GM Spazio, Nexit Advisors, and he's also been the past co-founder of Overdroid. Carlo, I think you will be speaking about NFT ROME and introducing, I think, the event. So over to you, and take it away from here.
100%. Can you guys hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Amazing, amazing. So yeah, 2 Italian cities in a row. What a blessing to be connected today from the metaverse. I'm very happy of having this opportunity to share with you insights about my NFT journey, everything about NFT ROME 2024, the largest Web3 event in Italy, as well as my experience in Web3 community building, which is kind of the main topic of today's conversation together, as you said, about NFT ROME. So just a brief introduction about myself. As you said, I'm Carlo Moretti, head of growth at NFT ROME, the largest Web3 event in Italy, happening from June the 6th to the 9th, 2024, in the heart of Rome, our beloved capital of Italy. I'm also the CEO and founder of Exarchia, the first NFT game to ever be released in Italy. Back in October 2021, we launched on Polygon and a Real Engine. We're talking about a chess-inspired strategy game set in the most memorable history epochs of our past. And the game registered over 5,000 downloads, and it was showcased in the major blockchain and NFT conferences around the world. So I'm also an OG kind of Ethereum supporter. Traded my very first NFTs back in 2017, 2018. And ever since, I fell in love with the industry, which at first became a passion and then became also my profession. So I would like to get started with taking a look at the evolution of the internet and how we got to Web3, because this is a buzzword that we use a lot, but it's actually changing a lot of people's lives. So a brief introduction of how we got here, right? So we refer to Web3 because there was a Web1 back in the days. Some of you might remember the 90s, the early 2000s, and there was as well a Web2, right? So the Web1 is referred generally as a static web experience, right? It was mainly a read-only platform. You might remember the HTML user interface, and it was mainly used for exchanging information. And the user participation within that kind of experience was really minimal. What happened around 2008, 2009, together with the invention of Bitcoin, was also the release of social media platforms. And specifically, I would say what really marked the inception of Web2 was the release of Facebook, right? With Web2, the experience changed. So we moved into a user-generated content kind of experience, and that was also affected by the creation of e-commerce, which is basically the opportunity of making all sales, physical sales of any kind online. So the leading platforms within that realm were, for example, eBay, that is also still active today. And the characteristics of Web2 was that it is in control of major platforms, major actors, and is highly centralized, right? So the problem with Web2 are mainly three. Data privacy, and we might remember the 2016 worldwide case of Cambridge Analytica that was not only used to exploit user data from major social network platform, but also to manipulate elections. So we have a data privacy problem. We also have an uneven distribution of value. We know that major Web2 conglomerates and corporations have amassed trillions of dollars in value in their financial capitalization, but the value that is then captured by the users is minimal compared to the corporate that control the platforms. And finally, we have a risk of censorship. For us, Web3 people that consume content, for example, on platforms like YouTube or Twitch, we know that some of our favorite crypto YouTubers and streamers have been censored, especially in previous bull runs when this space was rather small. And this is then the third risk, the risk of censorship within the Web2 realm. So that said, this is basically how we got to Web3, which is kind of a revolutionary step for us. And it's established within three main topics, which is decentralization, user sovereignty, and community governance, right? So talking about decentralization, the idea and actually the reality in some communities today already is to promote the distributed model where power and ownership are spread across the network. This is the basic concept behind Bitcoin, a peer-to-peer cash system, and the other networks like, for example, Ethereum, right? Then there is the idea of user sovereignty, which empowers participants into the Web3 network to claim control over their data, their identity, and transactions. I'm not saying here or claiming here that this step has been completed already, but this is the premise or the promise of Web3. And finally, community governance. We are witnessing incredible experiments in the realm of community governance, and Web3 is really built around the governance, decision-making, the democratization and participation of community, and I will be sharing more information about that later in the talk. So let's define communities in Web3, right? So unlike online communities like Web2 traditional communities where platforms own the content and the data, Web3 communities thrive on the premise that members have a stake in the community's assets and decision. This is often materialized through tokens and NFTs that grant ownership and access, for example, to specific channels or Discord servers, as well as to specific investment vehicles. A massive example of a shared ownership is Pudgy Penguins or Bored Apes, where these NFT collections have shared with their members the right to the IP, which is a massive innovation compared to Web2. So, for example, if you surf on the internet today, you might see many Pudgy Penguins or Bored Ape that have activated their own IPs and created other brands connected to the major brand that is the collection. Then another characteristic of Web3 communities is decentralized governance. So these communities, they typically operate through decentralized governance models that allow members to vote on key decisions and the direction the community should take. Once again, I'm not saying that this step has been completed, but if you think of the user experience back in the days in the Web2 or Web1 kind of systems, we have moved way farther, way above what was once possible. For example, here I want to quote another great experiment, which is Builders DAO, an Italian, then evolved into an international DAO of art collectors, where every event participation, every investment, every activation for the Builders DAO community is voted by community members that are now around 100, and they slowly accept new members every month. And then there is an active participation that characterizes these kind of communities, where members do not only kind of accept what is given to them from above, as it is typical of founders-led communities, but they don't just consume passively, but they rather participate actively, creating content, and for that being sometimes incentivized through, as we were saying earlier, financial tokens or financial NFTs, kind of financial incentives in general. So this kind of participation culture fosters a deeper sense of belonging, and also kind of gives the opportunity to community members to receive a financial incentive once again for the success of their community. So, talking about how Web3 communities differ from online communities, for example, I want to mention the role of social media. So in Web2 platforms, users contribute content and engage with each other, but the platform ultimately controls and monetizes the data, right? So for example, on Instagram or on X, it is the two corporations behind the two social media platforms that monetize on the user data, right? In Web3 communities are members who have the true ownership and of the community assets. Can be a digital art piece, can be the virtual land. For example, yesterday I was having a conversation with a person that had invested large amounts of money into the sandbox, to which I will be referring later as well, virtual lands back in 2020, 2021, and they basically had the opportunity 12 to 24 months later to sold those virtual lands for a massive surplus, and thanks to that create a metaverse agency that now is helping the onboarding of Web2 brands into Web3 creating experiences on the platforms like Sandbox and Roblox. So we see how members really have a ownership of a slice of the pie here, and they can really also benefit from that ownership. So once again, this ownership is represented to tokens, NFTs, and these members become stakeholders of the community success. This is, for example, also true for the video game that I created back in 2020, 2021, Exarchia, the first Italian video game on a Unreal Engine and Polygon. And throughout the bear market, although we halted the possibility for players to play, after 9 months, the alpha of the game was live from October 2021 to July 2022, the players were still able to trade and claim ownership over the NFTs that are in-game playable assets. And as a consequence, we can consider them stakeholders of the project. Governance is also another way that Web2 and Web3 communities differ. In Web2 communities, decision-making is centralized. It's centralized, I would add, to a limited amount of people, generally the founders and the investors. So platform owners and a small group of moderators make all governance decisions. In Web3 communities, we see how the adoption of decentralized autonomous organizations or similar structure of governance allow members to propose, to vote, to implement changes within their communities. So this ensures that the community evolves in a way that aligns with the members' collective vision, which is massive in my personal regards. And it's a strong characteristics of this kind of community. More than that, participation is also a way that distinguishes Web2 and Web3 communities. So generally, Web2 communities, participation involves content creation or interaction within the confines of the platform's rules, with limited impact on the platform's direction. This is true, for example, for YouTube, right, where the guidelines and the rules of the platforms must be respected. Otherwise, censorship of content might be adopted by the platform. In Web3, participation is multifaceted. It includes not only content creation and social media interaction, but also economic incentives, economic transactions, collective initiatives, and governance. Talking about collective initiatives, for example, I would say that Web3 community-led meetups that are happening as side events around major Web3 conferences are a great example of how Web3 communities are expanding the concept of participation. For example, at NFT ROME, the event that we are organizing from June the 6th to the 9th, 2024, in the heart of the capital of Italy, being the largest Web3 dedicated event in Italy, we very much favor community-created meetups and side events that we also are aware being extremely appreciated by attendees. So how do these side events generally work? It's the NFT holders or Web3 community participants that vote whether or not a percentage of the budget from the DAO or the treasury should be allocated to the event. And they also decide what kind of guest they should invite, what kind of experience they could have. For example, a boat party, an after party, can be panel, an educating panel, a meeting with investors, a meeting with art collectors, and so on. And finally, another massive distinction between Web2 and Web3 is the economic model, right? So in Web2 communities, the economic benefits primarily flow to the platform owners. And this is kind of different between social media platforms, for example, a streaming platform like YouTube, where we know that YouTube favors content creation with a slice of the advertisement earnings. This is not true, for example, on platforms like Instagram or Facebook. But yet the users generate content and engage with the platform, creating value that the platform alone monetizes. In Web3 communities, this is different because economic models are designed to distribute value among the participants. For example, when you study the tokenomics of a project, you want to know if there are mechanisms that favor content creators and that members can earn rewards, own a stake in the community, and benefit from the growth of the project. Then I would like to mention the role of social media. Social media plays a crucial role in the growth and engagement of Web3 communities by leveraging its wide reach and interactive capabilities. These platforms facilitate the dissemination of information, they foster community interaction, and they serve as a bridge between Web3 technologies and Web3 users. How should social media be leveraged in building a successful Web3 audience? First of all, awareness and education. As we have witnessed in the 2021 bull run, we saw how engaging content is key to educating new users and potential members of a project about Web3 concepts, blockchain technologies, and the specific project or community, right? For example, back in the days when I first started to collect NFTs, the term NFT did not exist. We used to talk, to refer to them as ERC 721, right? That was even before other standards were created. What happened in 2021 was that there was a massive campaign to educate about NFTs. And this was a community-led, decentralized operation, on a massive scale education campaign that onboarded millions of people into NFTs, thanks to this feature of social media usage, which is the possibility to create awareness and education. And we can do that through videos, infographics, Q&A on any kind of platform, honestly. That social media can be used for community building and engagement. So creating dedicated groups on Discord and Telegram to facilitate discussion, share news about the project, and support community interaction. Ask Me Anything sessions are also very effective, especially if they are with the project founders or notable community members. And platforms that are particularly effective here are Twitter Spaces, Twitch for games particularly, and Telegram, as well as, of course, Discord. Feedback and governance. So it's a good idea to use social media as a tool for gathering community feedback on proposal, updates, and changes within the ecosystem. Using polls and threads can help founders and community managers to make informed decisions on what the community wants to see in the coming future.
Carlo, excuse me, I hate to do this, but we're running out of time. So if you'd want to summarize in the next 2 minutes, because we've got a long line of startups, long line of startups. Yeah.
Absolutely. So just to give you an idea, just to close, it's important to use social media for influencer marketing. At NFT ROME, we have created the ambassador program. We have already over 30 people in our ambassador program. We're talking about very active people on X YouTube and Instagram that participate in our weekly Twitter spaces, and they get a free ticket to our conference. They get raffles for side events and whitelist in our partner projects, as well as our NFT ROME merchandise and access to our Game of Legions. So these kind of activations with influencers are very, very interesting to be leveraged for community building in Web3. So just to wrap it up, I want to say that Web3 is here to stay. We are witnessing one of the massive revolutions of our age, what we like to refer to as the digital gold rush. It's massively important that we take action and participate both online and offline. So if you guys want to enjoy the summer in Italy, you are invited to NFT ROME 2024. Happening from June the 6th to the 9th in the heart of Italy. We have secured some of the most iconic locations in our beloved capital. And the main pillars of the event will be digital art, tokenization of real world asset, and made in Italy with a special focus on fashion and startups. So if you want to follow us on X, our handle is nftrome.xyz. You can also find us on Instagram with the same handle. If you want to reach out to me, my name is Carlo Moretti. You can find me on Instagram and X as Carlo Moretti X, as well as on LinkedIn as Carlo Moretti. So looking forward to chat with you guys.
That was amazing, Carlo. Thank you very much. I love the way you wrapped it up by saying that Web3 is here to stay. The digital gold rush is up ahead, and we all need to go to NFT ROME to hear more about it. So thank you very much, Carlo. Appreciate your talk. We have with us the next speaker, that is Michele Ruberl. He's a senior IT leader. He focuses on travel tech. He's also the VP of product of Chain for Travel, Director, Web3, Peak Work, Advisor, Investor of VV Media, and he's here to talk about a real-world Web3 use case in tourism and fashion. Would love to hear what he says. So, Michele, if you're ready, you can unmute and put the camera on, and we can focus on you.
Hello, everybody. I'm ready. Yes, I'm trying to get the shares also up and running. Give me a second.
No worries.
It should be like this one. And I'm also trying to get on stage. I hope I'm virtually there. Let me know if you can see my screen right now.
We can see it. Thank you.
Okay.
So we don't see your video, but we can see your screen. So I don't know if that's how you want it.
I'd love to have it also with the camera. I'm not sure. Do you see it full screen right now?
Yes, we see a full screen, very clear, and we see Web3 cases in tourism.
Okay, great. So let me also turn on the camera, and then I'm all good. Give me a sec. Video. Hello. Yeah. Okay, so I will be talking about what everyone else is building. I mean, this is all about fashion, right? But something, let's say, retail that we associate to fashion because it's contiguous in many of the of what we want to normally do when we travel, right? We also show off what we wear and everything is travel. And travel has a very B2C footprint. So similar to fashion. So it's very interesting, I believe. Also, I work in travel and blockchain, so I think I can share a little bit of what is there. And also what is the intersection with travel, I believe. Let me see whether I can also, can you see this now sharing? Yeah. I hope so. So this is me.
I'm sorry, wait a second. From my side, I cannot see your sharing screen in our space, but in Zoom, I think I see it. Wait a second.
Yeah.
You can keep talking, so I'll just wait a little bit for this page. I will fix it very soon. Thank you.
Okay, so I am Michele Ruberl, as you introduced. I work in travel tech since 2014, in blockchain since 2017, and I'm currently VP product at Chain for Travel. I'll tell what that is in a moment. And I also have a couple of roles. And this is not about boasting about myself, just to tell a little bit that I know what I'm more or less, I should know what I'm talking about. This is also me. I should be there on stage somewhere in the space. And also this is me as well. Let you know what that means in a little bit while I talk. And so this is Web3 in travel, more or less. It's kind of an updated right now picture, but this is more or less what we're talking about. There are players which are moving in travel. The main ones, you can see logos like Lufthansa, Miles & More, also Airbnb, etc. There are some more Web3 companies, startups like Winding Tree, TravelX, Peakwork, etc. So this is to say that there is something happening in travel and people are really moving. Travel is an $8 billion industry, just for you to know. So it's like a huge size of the GDP. So it's we're also boasting that we invented NFTs. So that's, of course, that's a joke, but this is what happens when you travel, right? So that's me and a couple of friends touring the Dolomites. When we tour the Dolomites, we stamp stuff in our very low-tech paper booklets. And this is actually what everyone does when they travel, right? You get postcards or you get stickers on your baggage or your van or whatever you want to do. These are actually, if you want, very low-tech NFTs. So the way of collecting, the idea of collecting and show and boast about where you were, etc., is very, very old in travel. And travel also moved into the NFT space a little bit later than, I don't know, other industries, but this is, for example, something that we did in Alpitour. I was in Alpitour at the time, and this is the first NFT nights sold for a hotel in the world. I was very interested talking in 2021 when NFTs were all the rage. But we weren't the only ones. This is what happens since then in the NFT in travel. So a lot of people are moving. Also big ones, as you see, Lufthansa, they're doing a very nice app because Miles & More, the loyalty program is very boring. You know, getting miles, it takes forever and then you never spend them, etc. While getting an NFT card and then having a collection and then be able to trade that, etc., it's much more gamified. So that's what they do. Also, Baltic is doing with their plane is, etc., an accelerator on their loyalty program. TravelX and Algorand did with Air Europe the first NFT flight, meaning the flight was all sold as an NFT, and then in order to get people to an NFT conference in South America, I don't remember exactly where. Slovenia, the country, is doing an NFT collection for their basically touristic destinations, etc. So there are a lot of people doing NFT in travel right now. We also invited PFPs, of course. And it's also not true, but profile for picture NFTs were all the rage. And I think we found a very nice way to do it in travel. And this is how we do it. Again, nothing new, as you can see, but it's very interesting because we also attach utility. We try to attach utility to things. So by owning one of these 10,000 NFTs, there are a lot of businesses, travel businesses, aggregating and offering services, benefits, discounts, etc. This is blockchain composability, right, at its core. So it's a standard and people can react to the presence in a wallet of a person of that NFT and offering services or unlocking token-gated experiences and so on. We also invented DAOs. This is also not true, but there are DAOs which are happening, some bottom-up efforts. Not only the Lufthansa out of this world or the Alpitour of this world are moving, but also very small startups are trying to do stuff and aggregate actually, and trying to coordinate their efforts around DAOs, such as, for example, the Web3 Travel Alliance, which is something that I personally I'm involved with. Travel and fashion intersection. Okay, this is the travel and fashion intersection in general of the industries. As I said, it's very interesting, I believe, to see what can be done at the intersection. We can see about sustainability. Both industries are very interested in sustainability, both in traveling, consuming less CO2 while traveling, and also the discard of all the material in the fashion industry for the apparel, etc. Personalized journeys is something that we both care about. There is a fashion, there are known, basically a proven correlation between fashion preferences and travel choices. So it's very good then to personalize, taking into consideration the fashion profile or the fashion choices and the travel destinations. Fashion and travel are both a vehicle for cultural expression. You basically are where you travel. You are what you wear. So this is another very big contamination that I see. And last and also least, from my point of view, but very interesting from a business point of view, is luxury travel tends to be coupled with luxury, goods or apparel or clothes. And meeting a local designer or something like that can be a good way to get a travel and a fashion experience in the same, basically, experience for a traveler. More technically, and this is, of course, is the obligatory Gen AI generated image here, we can see AR playing a big role into the intersection of travel and fashion, because, of course, you could wear your virtual clothes in destination, if you want to, or you could have an NFT fashion collectible that then unlocks an experience in destination, or creates a kind of personalization. So the ability for the travel business to then personalize the travel experience and so on. Also, virtual influencers are something that are starting to be a thing, and definitely travel influencers are traditionally something that works very well. So the intersection of those two and creating a kind of a virtual travel influence could be an idea. Let me introduce what blockchain and what Web3 is actually in travel right now. So the Camino network is the blockchain that I'm basically developing. And we are one of the industry blockchains. There's also one for luxury and fashion, which is Aura, which aggregates brands with the caliber of Prada and so on around a consortium blockchain. Energy Web, which is also a little bit more boring. It's about the energy industry. So we're talking Shell, the fuel company, and we're talking a lot of the kind of companies. And then it's us, Camino, building the blockchain for travel. All of those are consortium blockchains. What does it mean? It means that they're not public blockchains. They're actually forks, in many cases, of public blockchains, but they revise the consensus algorithm so that they are normally faster, cheaper, and they kind of have a control on whoever is running a validator and whoever is deploying a smart contract. That's the only difference. Everything else is such a blockchain, which is normally EVM compatible, so you can basically deploy NFTs and so on, and smart contracts. A little bit on Camino, and I really browse through it very quickly because it's more interesting to see the use cases that I will show later. It's a blockchain B2B2C ecosystem, meaning that it's built by the travel industry for the travel industry, but also for travelers at large. There is a B2C component where people can have their wallet and can have their NFTs and can interact with the apps as in any other blockchain. It's operated by a union of validators, which are big companies I'll show you a little bit later into the travel sphere. And the idea is to create, not really to recreate the wheel, to reinvent the wheel and to have, to sell packages online on blockchain, but really to have this opportunity to invent other travel products, other travel experiences. And also very important, a little bit more boring from a B2C perspective, is eliminates a big problem of the travel industry, which is the agreement phase before you actually can build the package. You have to get an agreement with the hotel, get an agreement with the airline, etc. There's a lot of licensing involved, a lot of bonds and deposits being exchanged, etc. This is all basically wiped out by adopting blockchain, because this is all securely transacting online and on-chain. This is a little bit of the Camino architecture. We are actually a fork of Avalanche, which already brings 3 chains, which is the C chain, which is the EVM compatible chain when you deploy smart contracts. There's a platform and C and X chains, which are more for governance and exchanging tokens. I won't go into details, but we add a travel chain, which is a T chain, where we actually transact travel inventory. Why do we need a new chain? Because the volumes we're talking about here are not compatible with normal EVM blockchains. We're talking about millions of searches per day, actually billions of searches per day in the travel industry, and this is not sustained by any blockchain right now. So we invented something semi-blockchain for the search phase, but everything else is standard blockchain, meaning a booking of a travel product, your flight, your hotel is minted as an NFT, and from there on it lives as an NFT, can be traded, etc. This is more or less how it works from a, let's say, more political point of view. We have the apps incentives, we have validators, we have a long-term roadmap. So we kind of, this is to say that we are a solid blockchain that is there to stay. These are a little bit more of the brands. Yeah, question. I see a raised hand.
Yeah, we have about a minute. So sorry about doing this, but you perhaps want to summarize in the next 2 minutes?
I will definitely summarize. And so these are basically the big names that are in the blockchain. And these are more or less the use cases that we cater. So we're all about loyalty, payment settlement, and hotel mapping, etc. I will jump completely the part where we connect all and connect to one, which is basically the idea of creating a kind of a WhatsApp for travel, where you can get any travel product that you wish on the same platform. I will go straight to 2 very important things. One is we have, also jump this part. Sorry about this. We have a CAM token public sale open now. So we are very well funded, but we're also giving out tokens and now for very cheap price. We're not listed yet, but we will be in the Q3 of this year. That's very interesting. And the other thing is, if you want to play with us, we run a series of hackathons, which are normally together with crypto events, but not necessarily, also together with travel industry events. The next one is in Berlin in April 25, 6, 7, etc. There will be, now we have 80 people. We probably gather around 100 to 120 people all together hacking on challenges that are provided by big company names in the travel industry. I can name Alpitur from Italy. I can name Camino, and of course us. I can name Polygon ID. They were gonna join as a tech sponsor, and they represent some challenge around self-sovereign identity. That's pretty interesting, and that's more or less everything. And this is me. And please scan the QR code and contact with me on all the socials that you can imagine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mick. I appreciate you summarizing so quickly. I know you had a lot of slides on the UX, and I think sometimes you need to walk everyone through the UX, but perhaps another time we're going to catch that in detail.
Absolutely. And whoever contacts me, I can go through the use cases and stuff.
I had a quick question for you.
Yeah.
I'm beginning to see a lot of companies talking about travel tech and high adoption in Web3. Why is that? Because is it a natural phenomenon that travelers are used to changing currency, or they're in a different frame of mind when they're traveling? Because this is one industry where we've seen not just use cases, but adoption much more than what.
So there is a very interesting industrial adoption, and this is not happening in many industries. I mean, the normal non-DeFi use case for blockchain and Web3 is supply chain, which is a little boring. Basically, you check that the mozzarella is at the right temperature. It's okay, it's cool, but it's not exactly exciting. In travel, you have the very boring, let's say, industry-specific history of heterogeneity. So it's very difficult to have everyone talk to each other, which is solved. And there is like literally 70 years old systems talking to each other. So this solves it and throws away all the contracting, etc. But from a traveler point of view, exactly what you were saying, the traveler is in a frame of mind where they're willing to be awed and to be stupefied and to be, you know, excited. And having a traveler profile that brings all your, you know, crypto holding, all your NFTs, your Gucci bag NFTs even, or your, you know, identity, so that I can personalize and give you the experience of your lifetime in destination, is exactly the holy grail of personalization. So this is really unlocking for the traveler, not giving your profile to, I don't know, the TripAdvisors or the Expedia of this world, already owning your profile, but being able to deploy it at your preferred hotel chain so that you get the experience of your lifetime. That's basically what we see happening more and more, and the adoption is there.
Yeah, and I also truly believe that the passport, the visa, and the boarding pass can all become NFTs. So a great way to
Yeah, the self-sovereign identity is actually, there are efforts even by the European Union trying to get your real life credential into your wallet. And this, of course, paired with your, I don't know, tier in your loyalty program and NFTs and history of purchases makes it a very unique opportunity. Absolutely.
Thank you very much, Mick. That was an amazing talk. Sorry we had to, you know, cut you short and make you rush through it, but we have the next set of speakers. We've got a panel talking about on-chain communities, right from digital toys and RWAs. We have with us Ooli, Shannon, Roy Bernheim, and Americo Cacciapuoti. I'm sorry if I've pronounced your names wrong. Ooli is from San Francisco. She's the founder of Clio. From what I understand, it's an end-to-end employee benefits for caregivers and a family benefits platform. Roy, of course, is co-founder of D-Commerce. He's from Zurich. And D-Commerce is helping brands and fashion brands build Web3 communities. Americo is CEO of WOW Labs, that's WOV Labs. He also helps in tokenizing RWAs and digital twins. So, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, the floor is yours. And I think, Mick, you're still screen sharing, so perhaps if you can stop. And yeah, excellent. So if the panel is ready, you guys can unmute and have your videos on, and you can take it away from here.
Great, thanks. Hi, I'm Ooli, and that was actually a pretty old bio, but I will introduce myself later. But just to take a moment to talk about the topic. So today I'm joined by Roy and Americo, who will introduce themselves in more detail in a moment. But our panel topic today, we're calling it Fashioning the Revolution. And this is for two reasons. Reason number one is we're all builders, on-chain builders. We all build on the blockchain. And I think there's a lot of, all the bad things you've maybe heard about blockchain could be true, but there's a lot of good things about blockchain as well. And I think that we all believe that the future of the internet should be open and it should be decentralized, and the things that we're building are talking to those two concepts. And then also fashioning the revolution. So fashion is a reference to the industry that brings us all here today, but also in English, fashioning can mean to craft or to make, to fashion something together. And so as builders, on-chain builders, we're going to spend some time talking about how we're ushering in this future of an open and a decentralized internet, and the impacts that that has on rethinking how we work, how we live, how we shop, how we create, kind of everything in between. So today we're going to talk about all of that. But first, we'll take a moment to introduce ourselves, and I'm going to share some slides, and then we'll have Roy go first. Share. Okay, can we see my screen okay? Oops, full screen. Okay. Oops, sorry, getting my tech worked out. Okay, is that right, Roy?
Yeah, that's right. I'm super excited to be here. And so what we do in a nutshell, I'm one of the co-founders of D-Commerce. And what we do is we make it really easy for brands that engage with people all around the world to really own the relationship with their community. So we see ourselves as infrastructure to really enable brands that we work with. So some of them are listed here on the slide, but we will work also with some other brands and also NGOs, where we're really passionate about on the nonprofit side to help nonprofit organizations, but also DAOs to really truly own the relationship with their community. And if you go to the next slide, is that I think more and more people, brands, NGOs are realizing that, you know, everybody had been talking about communities and how important they are for growing and for being sustainable ecosystem, but more realizing that really today they're renting audiences on other people's platforms. So whether that's the really big social media networks or the Metas of the world, but even also the Discords and the Reddits of the world, where in the end, the relationship is always, there's always a gatekeeper between whoever hosts the community and who wants to join in. And what we do and what we're so passionate about is helping those projects own whatever they build with their community. So from the data side, but also to reward them for the engagement and for whatever value that they bring to whoever is engaged in the community space. And how we do that. So here is one example of two slightly different products that we offer. One is really the gamification. So the thing that's moving on the left, you can see it's kind of fun and gamified. So we want to also enable, here in this case, a brand to be able to engage their community in a fun way through a game, to get to know the brand, to get to know the products. Here in this case, it's a menswear brand in the fashion space. And then in a second stage, to also then enable a brand to host a community on their own e-commerce store. So on the right-hand side, this is in the look and feel of the brand, but it's very much powered by e-commerce in the back end. It's a social space, so really where there are different rooms where people can engage and also get rewarded, either with badges, so which are of course NFTs, or through stable coins or tokens that are then sitting in the people's profiles. That's what we do. And yeah, we're also here to support whoever wants to, you know, knows community is important, but is still kind of trying to understand the landscape and where to start. So we're here to also help and guide making those first steps in this space.
Great, thank you, Roy. And if anyone wants to follow Roy, you can find him on LinkedIn or X. And I'll just leave that up for a moment. And then next, Americo, can you introduce yourself and talk a little bit about Wolf Labs?
Yeah, sure. Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me. Very happy to be here in this innovative conference, I would say. It's pretty cool. I was enjoying Spatial before. I had to unplug because otherwise I believe I would hear myself. So yeah. But yeah, I'm Americo Cacciapuoti. I'm the CEO of WEB Labs. WEB Labs is a tokenization solution platform. Basically, what we do, we tokenize physical items. We do that using a blockchain and IoT devices. And basically, we kind of provide an innovative digital passport. As you know, we're shifting towards that direction where, you know, brands must have everything in clear about the products that they are using and if they are sustainable or not. So that's what we're doing. And we're doing basically writing the information on the blockchain. Moreover, every item that we tokenize has a certificate of ownership, which is an NFT basically. So yeah, we are utilizing the blockchain for the core technology. And basically, whenever a customer buys an item that is tokenized, can claim the ownership, which also works as a certificate of authenticity of the object. And then thanks to the NFT can, you know, unlock different things or experience that, you know, brands can decide afterwards. So yeah, we tried to make our platform really simple and easy to use, I would say. We kind of created a Web 2.5 experience where anyone can basically connect to the platform with an email or a social media and start tokenizing items. They will be obviously interacting with the blockchain, but they don't even know that because we create a wallet for them in the background and we sponsor all the gas fees that it's needed to tokenize objects. And yeah, basically tokenization, it's very simple. We have a platform, can be done with IoT devices like NFC chips or cards like this, for example, QR codes. So basically you put it on the item you want to tokenize, and then on the platform you can write all the information of the product, and then click on tokenize and it's done. Like the digital passport is created, it's linked to the physical item, and moreover it has an NFT attached to it, which is the certificate of ownership. So yeah, pretty much that's what we do. Don't know if there are any other slides to cover up. Yeah, actually that's some of the things that whoever is tokenizing can actually activate after a product has been purchased. For example, like, you could have a wallet tokenized like mine, and in case I would lose it, I could just report it as a lost, or if it would be stolen, I could report it as stolen. So whoever finds it by tapping on the chip will see the message, and then will have a way to get in touch with me, or brands could basically send a discount code to the customers. It could be specific to certain objects, or it could be even restricted to a specific area. So brands can actually have fun and do this sort of new interaction with their customers. But yeah, pretty much that's it.
Great, thank you, Americo. And if you want to find Americo on socials, I think Instagram is Wove Labs and LinkedIn is also Wove Labs, right?
Yeah, or on Twitter, I am tic.eth, tic.eth. It's pretty simple, so it's easy.
Tic.eth. Okay, cool. And today I'm playing the role of moderator and also participant. So I'll just talk a little bit about what Memento does. So I'm Ooli, the founder of Memento. Memento is both a product and a protocol. And I think I have the coolest job in the world because we make what we call digital toys. These are digital collectible toys. We make them with augmented reality. We can hide these toys anywhere geographically in the world. We can also hide them in products. I hid one in a tattoo that I have. So we can really just, have a lot of fun. They're kind of like grown-up scavenger hunts with real collectible assets behind them. These are just some examples. This is, we worked with a couple of designers during Milan Fashion Week. Dasu e Amoroso. Americo can correct my pronunciation of that. But they're really wonderful designers. We tokenized limited edition collectibles of what I like to call fashion action figures. And then we made these pop up as a kind of pop-up augmented reality fashion show across Milan during the Fashion Week. But the really cool thing, and any builders or creators on the call, we have a platform. Creators, you can use it completely for free. Brands, you can also use it for free. If you have 3D models and you want to put them out in the world very easily, you just need to fill in some fields and plot some things on a map. It's super easy to use. But the other cool thing we've done, and this is for any builders listening, is we've put these entire AR experiences on the blockchain. So this is not just where the 3D model and any textures or other assets are on IPFS, but the model and all of the scene data, everything in AR is fully on chain. And this, I think, is great for creators who want credit and also the ability to earn for the work that they make. And I'll just say one last thing about AR and kind of this spatial future that I think we're building towards is AR is not like, when you make AR or spatial experiences, it's not like just making a graphic in Photoshop. It's more like making a film. There's a lot of different creators involved. And so in this way, all of these creators can come together and collaborate on an AR experience and all have their wallet addresses linked to the experience and their contribution to that experience. So those are just some quick intros for the three of us. If you want to find me on Instagram, it's memento.land, and the same thing for LinkedIn. But now that there's just some background in what we all do, I thought we could just kick off a discussion. And we're all peers, and we see each other at various events and conferences. And so this is in some ways just a continuation of those many conversations that we have with each other offline. So I actually, since this is the fashion event, I want to ask you, Americo, how do you think blockchain is redefining fashion? What is the connection between these two worlds, and what are the possibilities?
Well, that's a very good question, basically. And
like to start big.
yeah, I mean, there is just like, so much to say about it. But yeah, it's I believe actually blockchain is reshaping the whole fashion industry, and starting with also the luxury industry. I mean, as I just showcased what we do, we are using the blockchain for what it is. So basically to really store the information and have them immutable, and moreover, give a true certificate of ownership with each physical item. And I think that's very important, because if you think about it, nowadays, there is not really a way to prove that an object is yours. Like we do have maybe, I mean, even for, luxury items, there is nothing. Like you don't even have, you have the receipt of the shop, but like it's not enough to prove that it's actually yours, and then with that receipt, there is not much that you can do. But like using, like having an NFT in this case, which is the certificate of ownership, like the buyer of a certain product could, leverage on it and have many benefits, like, from, showcasing that it's the owner, or maybe getting in touch with the brand, they use it, I don't know, for repairs and many other things, which is actually what also Roy does, with this platform, like give more value to these products. And moreover, now with the Metaverse, we saw how easy it is to basically interact in the Metaverse. And I think it makes sense that whenever we will purchase some items, we will also receive the digital twin, which we can wear in the Metaverse, and have it always with us, or maybe showcase it in our digital collection of NFTs and so on. So yeah, there are like countless things that can be done, and yeah, I just like I think it's the perfect match, especially for fashion and for luxury. So I'm really, I don't know, I'm really positive about it, and I see it happening. We see like nowadays that more and more brands are, interacting and doing things in Web3. So it makes me think that it's, the natural direction that we will all take.
And I just have a follow-up question on that, and maybe Roy, feel free to jump in as well. So I was talking to someone who used to work at a very big sneaker company, and I think authentication, certificate of ownership, is one of the strongest use cases that blockchain presents, and I think also that's being validated by like the EU Digital Passport Initiative, this kind of thing. But when I was talking to this person from this very large sneaker company, his perspective was it's not going to happen for a long time. His idea was there's too many jobs at stake, and it's also a big liability you know, if the technology gets it wrong, or I mean, there's just some liability issues. Have either one of you encountered that, or do you think 10 years or is a crazy number? Like, how many years do you think that there is, I don't want to say mass adoption, but influential adoption by, or have other big brands already adopted this for certificate of ownership? Can you give any examples of that?
I believe, I mean, I don't think it's going to take that long, to be honest. We can already see it with AI, like how fast it moves forward. Like it completely changed the last, when was it? Like a few days ago, I was looking at this video made with Sora. It was just like impressive. It was like a movie, you know, and those are things that weren't possible a few months ago. And I don't even want to talk about 1 year ago, you know, like, so everything is moving really, really fast. I think in a few years, maybe 3 to 5, we will see really a big adoption from all these big brands to do something with the Web3. Now it could be tokenization, or it could be any other sort of things, loyalty programs and so on. But definitely that's the direction. I mean, we can also see like the big movers, for example. Before I was listening to another space, someone mentioned about LVMH, you know, with the Aura blockchain. That's what they are doing. Like the majority of these products that you buy from them, they are already tokenized, and you know, it's happening. Not everyone is aware about it. That's what I find interesting. Also, when we talk with the brands, sometimes seems like, you know, they come out of the blue. It's like, oh, like really, is that happening? Yeah, it's already happening. So it will take a bit of time, but I don't think it's going to take 10 years. That's for sure.
Great. And Roy, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say bottom line, I think in a similar way. From how we like to think of it is less that we are doing Web3, but it's more we're looking at what are the kind of issues that brands are facing currently on a day-to-day, or people that are working for brands, and then looking at different new technology. Of course, personally, I love the new possibilities and the playfulness that Web3 brings in, but not only Web3. And then how can we combine the new technology that's out there to really solve real world topics? Meaning that, for example, when we talk to brands about, you know, what is out there for them, we usually only talk about what are the kind of goals that they have, first of all. And I've never had a brand say, we want to do Web3, but it was usually more something like, oh, we don't know how to re-engage customers after they've purchased once, for example. And then we can bring in the topic of community in our case, for example, and say, hey, you know, if you have a direct relationship and you can re-engage them through email, but also a wallet, then that's definitely interesting to them. Under the hood, of course, if they want to see it, we show them it's Web3, but they don't need to necessarily be sold on the idea of Web3.
Yeah, and I just want to say, I do not agree with that 10-year timeline. Just playing devil's advocate a bit. But so, Roy, I just want to follow up a little bit. When we're talking about community and we're talking about communicating or interacting or engaging community members via the wallet, this is really interesting, I think, particularly in the face of privacy settings being changed by Apple and by Chrome. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that there's a lot of forced opt-in, like double opt-in, that's going to be required. It's like on the very short horizon, right? And I mean, I've heard that this is a topic that is for sure keeping brand CEOs awake at night. It's being discussed at the board level. And I think it's a really, really cool use case for blockchain, for Web3, to actually have a real, I mean, in the face of like, no more cookies, the cookies have crumbled, what do we do now? I think that wallets provide a really interesting solution. Do you have thoughts on that?
100%. I think the main thing, it's about the consent. I think many brands out there were just, it was convenient not to having to ask that question because it was still okay to do so, to just get information through pixels or some other way. kind of not necessarily having to ask for consent. But now that this consent topic has come up on a European level for sure, but probably also at some point in the US in bigger ways, it forces, like you said, the top management to be like, okay, how do we ask that question? And what we like to do is to be like, yeah, let's ask the question, but ask them for the value add. Like, hey, if you want to have these perks, we need to be able to reach you. And that could be via email, but then of course, we'd also want to add Web3 in that question. So could we also have access to communicating with your wallet already now? And that's usually what we say. We say, hey, you know, you can ask for permission right now. It doesn't mean you need to use it, but at least ask for it. So if you want to use it half a year from now, 5 years from now, you already have the permission.
That's great. And I just want to build on top of that a little bit with something that we're focused on. I mean, if we're thinking about sort of permissions and wallets and consent and communicating directly with wallets, we play around, not to get geeky, but we have been playing around with the 6551 standard, the ERC 6551. And what this enables is an NFT to hold its own wallet. And so you can imagine, I mean, airdrops from brands into wallets of tokenized assets from Wove Labs. I mean, there's just really, really amazing possibilities, I think. And one of the things that I feel excited about talking to brands, I mean, we're using the 6551 for like extreme composability, so that you can imagine, at least with what we do, your 3D model in the augmented reality scene, it can hold like the 3D model can have its own wallet and hold inside of it different textures or assets. So you could imagine like the Louis Vuitton Vivienne, and for the spring collection, it could airdrop a spring collection texture to that model. And then the fall collection could airdrop another texture to that model. And so, I mean, I think we're all excited about like Farcaster and these like autonomous agents. And I don't know, I just see a really cool world where engagement with wallets can be to consumers, but then also to assets themselves. And this is something, one last thing I'll say before we move on to the final discussion point, is just, I think, you know, when we, at least with what we do, when we think of augmented reality, spatial reality, we often think in fashion about virtual try-on, which I think is really exciting. A lot of cool stuff happening there. But there's also so many more possibilities. And I even think the way we've carved up this world, I think in the fashion industry, we often say physical and digital, as if there's only two and as if they're completely different from each other. When in fact, I think augmented reality, mixed reality, spatial, Internet of Things, Internet of Graphics, digital twins, digital toys, like all of these things, I think what we're going to see is just kind of the consumer experience engagement kind of on all levels of that reality spectrum, with like these assets holding their own wallets, consumers holding their own wallets, brands holding their own wallets, and all of this communication is just going to be a completely new frontier of interaction. And so I think that this is part of the revolution we're all building, which feels really exciting, especially, I mean, we're always dreaming up sort of ways that the three of us can work together. But I think that this is the kind of future we're building towards. And just to wrap up, since we're talking about the future, what do you both think is the future? And what do you think is like the next year? What's like the unlock or the big thing that happens in the next year? And then what's the world in 10 years?
Should I go ahead?
Go.
Well, I mean, you know, for me, it's what we do, and maybe that's why I always hear about it, about like real world assets are definitely a hot topic. Like we can see if you go, or maybe because I live on X, so I only see that, you know, about Web3 and stuff, but everyone is talking about it. It seems like the next big opportunity. So I definitely see it coming, and it's, you know, the natural thing to do. So for me, yeah, that would be.
So RWAs, and that's like all real world assets you're imagining,
Exactly.
like houses to cars to people?
Yeah, from everything. Before they were talking about like, personal documents, the license, password, or like even assets, or any type of item. So definitely.
Cool. And Roy, what's your like unlock next year and then 10-year vision of the world?
Unlock next year for me is really having full awareness in a bigger way of data and where it's kept, especially in context with AI now as well. I think this has accelerated that conversation tremendously. And then 10 years from now is having those, how I see as this vision of having those micro blobs or bubbles of data patches that all connect with each other with permission rights coming from a user perspective, so that each user can unlock access to certain types of data that they've shared with others previously. So it's very much user-centric and not company or central-centric. Yeah.
That's right. So we could imagine a real life use case of that. If I have all of my contact information in my NFT, I could decide, I could permission it so that Roy might see some of this contact information, but Americo might see this other contact information, just as a simple example, right?
100%.
Cool. I would say the unlock, I think, for the next year, given the world I work in, I think Apple Vision Pro, spatial augmented reality is super exciting. Pair that with AI, and we have, autonomous augmented reality characters just roaming the physical world. We put on our headsets or we hold up our phones and we just see like an entire alternate reality playing out alongside of us. Maybe we imagine like Twitch is just streaming like reality TV shows of these augmented reality characters, like having full relationships. It's like The Sims 5.0. 10-year vision, I think, is imagining every single piece of digital content that we will create from now until kind of the future of everything being on chain, all of this digital content on chain, and also navigating spatially, like no more clicking and scrolling, but how do we just walk through this content? How does it make sense to us, really relevant to the places we live? So I think that's it for us.
Thanks, Ooli. I think was beautifully put. I think you tied in the way Memento, D-Commerce, and Wow Labs works. I really like your glimpse into the reality spectrum. We heard a little bit about that yesterday as well. And I think we've all been very brave in not just forecasting how the next 1 year is. I think we've also kind of given a glimpse into the next 10 years. I think something very relevant was something Peter Diamandis shared yesterday with Elon Musk live on a call where he made a very bold statement saying that full AGI will be available by 2025. And that changes a lot of things for a lot of people, especially the way the power of what generative AI can do for the metaverse and what it could do with Metaverse 1.0, which we saw was very handcrafted 3D models versus things being generated on the fly. So I think you've given us a great glimpse, and I think all of it, everything you spoke about, real world assets, the unlocking of not having to click around, but everything just happening like augmented reality Twitch streams, I can totally see that happening. So thank you very much for the super insightful panel. We got to move on to the next speaker, and hope we all know your social connect, so everyone do connect with the three of them. I think it was an amazing panel. We're going to move on to our next speaker now. That is Maximilian Eath. She's from Los Angeles. So we finally have a someone who's not from Italy. She's a 360 creator for Superkind Studios, big name in digital fashion XR. So she's a digital fashion XR technologist. She has a strong focus on digital fashion. She focuses on marketing on blockchain and also has a strong focus on location-aware content. She's the editor-in-chief of Alana, I think, who Stella is also a part of. And she's also a part of the Catwalk Digital Runway. So Maximilian, if you have your audio and video on, you can take it on from here.
All right. How are you doing? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can see you and hear you okay.
Okay, fantastic. So, GM, I'm just checking my Telegram here. I'm looking for Alexander or anyone. Is it just me today? Because I can play my presentation if there's no questions or anything like that.
I have it down as just you, but if you were expecting someone, we'd need to check on the Telegram group.
No, it's okay. All right, let me grab this link and hit play. Give me just a moment here.
I think you're on mute.
Okay, so I have a URL to play a video. So I'm gonna do that, I guess.
Sure. You have rights to share screen share, so you should be able to share that.
Okay, cool, great. Okay, let's see. I'm just looking for the screen share button. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, I do not see the button to share my screen. Oh, here we go. Got it.
Imagine stepping into a world where every piece of clothing tells a story, where your jacket is not
Okay, let me give this URL to someone in Spatial to play because I can hear the sound is not great. How does it sound to all of you?
It sounded pretty good here on Zoom, but I'm not very sure how it sounded on Spatial.
Okay, I just want to check in before I play the whole presentation. I'm texting with Isola, so she's suggesting, I think, that I play it inside Spatial. Let me just connect with her real quick. All right, thank you for bearing with me there. Okay, so a lot going on here this morning. So, where is the stage where you wanted me to stand? I'm here in the middle. Okay, so is there another place you want me to stand? Okay. 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 Yes. Okay, actually, yes. So I actually have a presentation prepared. I'd like to play it for you. I just wasn't sure about the sound inside Spatial, if it sounds okay to you. When I was listening, I wasn't sure. So I can play it if it sounded good. It's good? Okay, I'll pick up where we left off. I don't want you to miss anything. Okay, here we go. Okay.
Imagine stepping into a world where every piece of clothing tells a story, where your jacket is not just a jacket, but a canvas, a piece of art that speaks volumes about who you are as a person without uttering a single word. Today, we're embarking on a journey through the vibrant intersection of art and fashion, exploring how what we wear can be the most authentic form of self-expression. Welcome to Fashion as Language, the power of wearing art. Let's dive into the heart of our conversation, the psychology behind art as fashion. Why do we feel a profound connection to certain pieces of art to the extent that we would choose to wear them? This isn't just about fashion. It's about identity, see? About expression. You know, when you hear a song and there's a person who is singing about your life, they are telling your story as good as you. This is that same thing, just a different version. It's the silent yet eloquent language of art that we adorn ourselves with. Art as fashion allows us to showcase our individuality and our beliefs, our history, our personal stories, our shared hobbies and obsessions, crafting external appearances to reflect our inner world. But how does a silent communication work? Let's explore it together. Now imagine a day where your favorite painting, sculpture, or digital art doesn't just hang on the wall or reside on your phone, in your cryptocurrency wallet, on your screen, but becomes a part of your daily life, a piece of your personal narrative that you carry with you. This isn't a fantasy, by the way. It's the future of fashion today. And today I'll show you how integrating art into our wardrobes can transform not just the fabric of our clothes, but the fabric of our society, creating a powerful new medium for self-expression and identity construction that invites new connections to come a little closer. How this approach allows us to wear our passions and turn the art we love into a fashion statement that feels uniquely ours.
Yeah, Max, thank you for that. I think that was, they say a picture is more than 1,000 words. And I think we saw so many amazing pictures and video. I hope we get to play it on loop on our spatial place that we have. I really like the explanation that you had about bringing art to what we wear and, how it inspires us. So I think we have to play that video on loop, but unfortunately, we need to move on to the next speaker. So if you want to take a couple of minutes to summarize what is it that the video had, you have a couple of minutes, and then we probably want to move on to the next speaker.
There really is no summary. Follow me on Farcaster and you can catch the story there. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much. We appreciate having you, and we appreciate seeing your video as well. So thank you very much, everyone. That was an amazing video by Maximilian. We have the next speaker with us. That's Michele Zanello, again from Udine, Italy. Head of growth of Over the Reality, Forbes 30 Under 30, top 100 most influential people in music, and Web3. He's going to be talking about spatial computing for marketing strategies. So do we have you with us?
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi, that's me. How you doing? Thanks for having me today. Can you hear me? Everything is... Can you hear my voice? Yes?
Voice is clear. Your video is clear.
Perfect. So that's me. I'm free to go. We're waiting. What we're doing?
Floor is yours. Whatever you
All
want.
right. So let me share the screen first. All right. So let's see. I always have some troubles here with this one. Otherwise, I will just wait.
Did we lose Michele? Because I don't see him on screen.
All right, guys, here I am again. Can you hear me now?
We hear you and we see
Yeah,
you.
sorry, you cannot imagine what happened. I was just about to share my screen, and then everything was has shut down, like for electricity. I think this is so rainy here in Udine. This never happened to me. Okay, but the show must go on. So I'm back again, and all right. So let's start again.
We appreciate you joining back, but just for context, we have 10 minutes left. So if we could.
Yeah, no problem. I will go straight to the point. I will go straight to the point. So let me share my screen here. All right. Can you see it?
Yes, we can.
All right, perfect. So I'm going very quick. What's over the reality? Over the reality is the biggest spatial computing augmented reality platform available on mobile. And I'm managing the marketing team right now as a head of growth marketing. And what we did in the past is to try to leverage this augmented reality platform and the spatial computing into marketing activities. So I'm going straight to the point. With over the reality, thanks to our geolocalized system, you can easily geolocalize a 3D asset in the world. You can anchor any kind of 3D content in a specific location of the world. This unlocks a limitless creativity, especially in marketing and all the other sectors. Also, thanks to our mapping system, you can also geolocalize content inside the places. Try just to imagine the possibility to anchor an AI avatar inside your shop, which can help you. Here. Okay. Okay. I don't know is there some sound coming from this? This is over by the numbers. We launched in the 2020. Now we have 1.2 million users, and yes. So let's. These are the main goals that you can reach with this kind of experience. So the awareness, involvement, and also the virality growth of your platform and your business. Let's go to some case studies. I'll leave this video first. You see, as you can see, there is this was the final day of the Metaverse Fashion Week last year, and we took care about the this event was an hybrid event. That means was a real event with the augmented reality experience in the same place, and this was actually the first hybrid catwalk. And we used the Duomo of Milan, the square of the Duomo of Milan, as a catwalk. This is just one of the things that you can do with precise geolocalizations. And this was a very incredible viral event, also because in this catwalk there was the traditional brands like Pinko or Balmain established brand with the new kind of artist and the fashion designer together in the same catwalk. This was a very big event, and many artists took part. So we were very happy. This is another point, another feature that we have in Over. It's called the 3D jump in. Easily with your phone, you can map a place, right? And we give you back the 3D digital twin of that space, and you can share it, and any kind of users from the other side of the world can literally jump in and walk through your content. So it's not a photo, it's not a video, it's a different kind of content. I'll quickly show you. Just imagine that you are on holiday and you take a quickly scan of the location. You can share it with your friend, that they can live the exact moment that you are living, or also to remember some memories of the past. You can exactly walk through the content that you've taken. Let's go on. This was a campaign that we did for Pinko. That was the first experience marketing campaign. We did it in collaboration with Pinko. They were about to launch their new bag, vegan bag made from apple skins. So they needed a very cool and innovative campaign. So we designed this for them, and we used and we leveraged once again the anchoring system, the geolocalized anchoring system. So we geolocalized real 3D content in the place in the square of Florence, and this was the result. Oh, David, sorry. Okay. So you see, thanks to this possibility, the geolocalized system, you can create a marketing campaign like this, and also you can integrate it with interaction for the users. Because if you go in this place, in this actual place in Florence, you can actually see this experience. You can also interact with the bag, and this was an event both outside and also inside, because they set up this pop-up store inside the Rinascente of Florence, and we geolocalize also some 3D content inside the store, just to showcase the powerful and the limitless possibility of the augmented reality. This was the pop-up store. You see, we geolocalized the 3D bag in the same place as the real bag, and also there was a very giant bag inside of the store, which the users could interact with it. And also, you see, if you click on the bag, you can also be drive in another store, or in this case, on the Pinko store. But is a completely you can build your own interaction with the 3D assets. There was also an outside event with the giant bag, also in the same square. And this is another important thing, that this kind of content are not only an augmented reality activation or augmented reality marketing experience, but you can also leverage this content on social media, because we took this video that I just showed you and we put it in the Pinko official Instagram, and these videos are reached 1 million views in 5 days. So this is the powerful of this kind of content, because it's very impactful for the people on social media to see this kind of experience. And yes, this kind of marketing experience, because it's a new thing. It's a very innovative, and so you can drive people from digital to real world, and vice versa. I give you the last. I'm running so fast. I give you the last video. This is the last thing. So everything you just seen, to build your own experience, you don't need to download the app. This is a new feature that we are releasing. So you will not need no more app download, and also the layout to experience your event or your marketing campaign can be branded with your brand. So if you're a company, you're a brand, you're a shop, you're a private users, everything, you can build on over and let your customer live the experience without any kind of app download. And I'm done. I leave you also my contact here. If you want to reach me out, I will happy to speak with you guys. And I'm in the time, so 10 minutes. sorry for the breakdown.
No, thank you so much. I think you covered it so well. And
it's not my friend today. And thanks for having me. This great event. And thanks so much.
Excellent. I think you covered it so well. You showed us all the activations of Pinko and geolocalization and all those, 3D content. So well done, so quickly shown. Thank you so much, Michele. I think you totally covered up for the last time. We appreciate you rushing through it, but unfortunately, we need to move on to the next speaker.
Absolutely,
so thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of the event. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. So next we have Alessandro Raboni, again from Milan, Italy, head of growth of Transact, co-founder of Web3 Me, co-founder of ETH Milan, board member of Mixum. He's passionate about finance and social implications. He has a strong interest in blockchain and digital assets. He's developing a strategy for ETH Milan, and he'd like to speak about ETH Milan. So Alessandro, if we have you, we'd request you to put on your video and unmute, and you can take it on from here.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for having me. I'm Alessandro. Yeah, you did a great introduction. Yeah,
sorry, wait a second, Alexander. So we are moving all the people to another venue. So can you just wait, let's put this beautiful screen for 1-2 minutes. So after we change to a bigger stage. So if you have the avatar, you can also log in the spatial space. So we can both see you there. So just wait 1-2 minutes and we bring everyone. You can show the presentation, it's super beautiful, the background. So we are bringing everyone to the Marcius, another big stage, which is I already put here in the spatial. So if you come into the stage, you will see a portal which can directly bring you to the another stage. So we wait here 1-2 minutes. So yeah.
Okay.
Then see you on the stage.
Can you send me the link?
Yes, I'm sending.
Yeah, thank you.
Isola, also let us know when you're ready. So
yes, sure.
So meanwhile, Alessandro, while they move from one 3D space to another, do you want to talk about some of the other projects you have on your profile about Transact, Web3 Me, Mixum? I know we're going to be speaking about ETH Milan during this talk, but while our audiences move from one space to another, you want to speak about the other projects?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you good.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I've been in this space for a number of years, since 2020, professionally. Before I was working in Bloomberg. Then I got the opportunity to start working in the industry at Transact, which is a global on and off ramp solution. So we work with most of the wallets in the space, from MetaMask to Trust Wallet, Coinbase, and essentially we're a onboarding tool for people to join Web3. So we allow people to buy and sell, essentially like a PayPal for Web3. And yeah, on the side, because I came back to Italy from London, I started this community Web3 Me to foster the space and, you know, get people to network and meet each other as well as learn. So we started 2021, and since then we have been hosting regular events, somehow like once a month today, you know, on various topics from you know, Web3 to decentralized finance to digital art, fashion as well, you know, partnering with different realities. And last year we kind of condensed all of this activity into a bigger event, which was IT Milan. Last year was a great success. And yeah, so essentially Web3 Me is a community behind this event, and it's dedicated to, you know, just educating and making people meet in Italy, in particular in Milan.
Great. I think we still need about a minute, so I think they're just
Yes, yes, we are moving, and now I'm sharing the screen. So everyone in the space, can you let me know if you can see on the stage?
I don't know where you shared the link. Oh, okay, Spatial. Okay, got it.
Yes, I sent on Telegram group, so you can find it on Spatial. Also, we are doing the screen sharing directly from Zoom. So if you share your screen on Zoom, what people see in the Spatial will be the same.
Theater.
Got it. Okay.
So we already have a lot of audience.
Okay.
No, Alexander, are you here? We can see the screen right now.
I guess I have to mute Spatial. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, should be good to go now. I don't even know how I look. I'm sorry, but I'm probably a lady. All right. Okay, Dan. Are we ready to start?
Yes, we're waiting for you.
Okay, great. So yeah, thanks for everyone for being here. This is Alessandro. You already gave me an introduction, but just to quickly repeat, I'm one of the founder of IT Milan, and I've been working in the space for a number of years. And today I want to talk about, you know, our 2024 edition, which will happen in Milan at Teatro Franco Parenti, which is historical location in Milan on the 26th and 27th of September. So cool. So this is gonna be the second edition of IT Milan. Last year we had the first edition, which was a great success. We had over 1,200 attendees, 22 sponsors, 100 speakers, which were talking in at times even 4 different rooms at the same time, and more than 150 companies. We had a diverse audience from retails to builders, institutional, and developers. And so we are even more excited about what is coming up this year. As you can see, we had some of the
Sorry to disturb you, Alexander. We cannot see you share the screen. Are you sharing your presentation? So
oh, let's see. I
can you
think
check
something
it?
went wrong. Yeah. Okay.
Great.
Okay. Perfect. Yeah. So, is it still working? Yeah.
Yeah, we see your screen.
Okay. Perfect. Yeah. So just this slide that you missed, kind of giving a recap of 2023 about our sponsors, attendees, and how it went last year. So yeah, in 2024, we want to expand the conference and build on the strong foundation that we set last year. First of all, we are changing venue. So last year we hosted it in Palazzo delle Stelline in the center of Milan. This year we are moving into a bigger venue, which is Teatro Franco Parenti, and which is a theater, but it's also known as Bagni Misteriosi for the ones that are familiar with it. It's a beautiful historical location with a big pool that will be nice for pictures and scenery. And yeah, in general, can host more attendees. And ticketing has already started with a very low price of €29 if anyone is interested. Yeah, here you can see some of the pictures of the location. Yeah, it's located right in the city center. But also this year, as we are expanding the event, last year we already kind of went onto the creative side of the Web3 industry, but this year we want to double down on that because we think, first of all, that is not being discussed as much as it deserves. So give space to the creatives that are building using the Web3 tools on one end. At the same time, obviously, we will still cater to the more technical audience and the builders. But we want to merge the creative side as well as the more of the technical and building side into one event to both to connect people together, but also to give an holistic view on what the industry is today. So yeah, a few slides regarding the location. So yeah, located right in the heart of Milan, around the Porta Romana space area. We'll have both the theater as well as the space that's in front of the pool, and we will divide the main event in the basically two tracks. One track will be the next slide. Yeah, one track will be Crea, so will be dedicated more on the tech side, so layer 2, decentralized finance, infrastructure, and all of the trends on that area. But then also the Spira side, which is probably even more interesting for this audience, will be around NFTs, digital art, social media, fashion, music, generative AI, and so on. And we're super excited about this side. There will be a dedicated space. We are also now cooking a creative hackathon. So stay tuned because there will be prizes and partners. And it will be a great opportunity to showcase in front of not just Italian audience, but an international audience. Last year, we had people coming physically from more than 60 countries. So we expect, to be even more diverse this year. And, so stay tuned for the Creative Hackathon. And yeah, I don't want to bother you, but obviously there is an opportunity for sponsoring. So, last year we had very good social media coverage, and we built a newsletter that is great opportunity for upcoming brands. So I'll just skip this side. Maybe, quick overview for anyone is interested, but you can reach out later on. We have packages for all different pockets, from big sponsors to startups, as well as add-ons. And yeah, just a couple of words about Web3 Me. As I was mentioning before, we are a local community in Milan, more than 800 people in it. All of our events are completely free, except for if Milan, which is, as you can understand, as it's a different effort in terms of organizing such a big event. But, if you happen to be in Milan, you can just reach out and attend one of our many events. And yeah, if you want to reach out, be in touch. You can send us an email, hello@itmilan.xyz, or you can find all of the forms on our website. If you're interested in being a speaker or a sponsor, or if you're an artist that is interested in the creative hackathon, you can find everything there. So yeah, looking forward, to discuss with you and to see you in person. Yeah, that's it from my end.
Thank you, Alessandro. I think that was pretty exhaustive. And that venue that you shared really looks very pretty and very inviting. Just for context, what kind of event is this? Is it going to be introduction, or is it going to be high level for the OGs, just for some of the viewers to understand if they're new entrants into crypto and or Web3? Is this the right event for them to get with it?
So actually, there is a little bit of both. Last year we did Italian 101 track, which was designed for new joiners in mind. But also we have more high level and advanced stuff. So there is something for everyone, I believe, and both on the technical side as well as the creative side. So yeah, really we try to make it as comprehensive as possible and as appealing as possible for a broader audience.
Excellent. And do you want to share your socials in case someone wants to contact you? I know you did share ETH Milan, but if you want to just pull up your socials real quick because you have a couple of minutes.
Sure. So you can find me at Ale_Raboni. My socials are not here, unfortunately, on this slide. On Twitter, or you can find me on Telegram. I'm one of the admin of the ETH Milan group. So if you join and you search for Alessandro, you'll find me there.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that super insightful presentation. I think all of us are very attracted and want to come down to ETH Milan. And I think both the venue and the content and the inviting pool are super inviting, and we hope to be there soon. So thank you very much, Alessandro. We are now going to move on to our next speaker, who's Giorgio Gramena. He's the founder of Crypto Confidential, founder of Floresta NFT, co-founder of Off-Chain Global. He takes a keen interest in off-chain, and he wants to talk about off-chain community around the world in Milan. So Giorgio, if you're ready, I mean, you can unmute and have your video ready, and the floor is yours.
Hi everyone, and thank you, Isola, for inviting me into this amazing conference. I hope that my connection wouldn't fail because I'm in Rome now. First of all, I wanted to introduce myself.
Sorry to disturb you, so let me just fix the screen so everyone can see it. And if you are in the space, you can also standing on the stage. Just one.
Okay. So I was saying I'm as I've been introduced, I'm Giorgio. I'm better known as a crypto chef. because actually I'm a chef and I also work in the space with different projects. One of these is Off-Chain. It is a global community with more than 70 chapters all around the world. I have this little presentation that I prepared for you today, just to show you what we're doing all around the world. So Off-Chain basically is a non-profit organization. The aim is to bring together people in Web3 or both workers or investors or just people that want to be connected with other guys, and of course for curious people. Said we have more than 70 chapters all around the world. And here you can see some of our events that we do with different partnership. Usually the events are just a moment to share ideas, have a drink, and connect with different people. And since I'm here now, I started to run Off-Chain events in Milan with the help of Internet Computer. And by the time many communities join us and I think that now we are doing great. Usually our events host more than 150 people. Some session, for example, for the opening of ETH Milan, we reach almost 400 people, or less. But anyway, since those events became more and more important here in Milan, we decided to, with ICP, we decided to enhance the Off-Chain events, bringing together all communities and the projects that wanted to join to mingle together. And so we created a format that we called Web3 Night Live. And Web3 Night Live is like a web chain off-chain enhanced project. Is co-organized with ICP Hub Italy and Ticino, and Crypto Confidential. That is the YouTube show I run, in which I cook while I'm interviewing Web3 people, and with the support of a lot of communities like the Crypto Gateway, Web3Me, Metagate, Crypto Girls, and Bitcoin Radio. In this format, this format, you can find some interviews or previews of new projects, keynotes, some cooking show maybe, and of course networking. So we started this format since a couple of months, and we're enhancing time by time, but I think that it is a good opportunity for everyone in the space to connect and to bring their project and to find new partners. So that's it. And I hope that if you are in Milan, you want to join us. Here you can find my links, and through Off-Chain website, you can be updated on every event, not just in Milan, but all around the world. So thank you again.
That was amazing, Giorgio. Are you okay if we have a couple of questions? Because that was truly insightful, and I think there was so much that I picked up from that. while we still have a little time. Very
Yes, of course.
Very curious how you managed to blend in the world of cooking with Crypto Confidential. How was that journey? I mean, a lot of people do tell me that cooking and food is a way to communities. So if you want to speak a little bit about that, and does that, and I've also noticed that you've brought in cooking as one of the event activities. So if you want to speak about that and how that really brings community together.
Oh, yes, of course. So, as I mentioned before, I'm also a chef, but I started my working journey in a digital industry more than 20 years ago. After a while, I choose to move on and start my career as a chef. I opened a restaurant. This restaurant is actually the location where we host off-chain events. And by 2020, because of a pandemic, I had my food activities locked down. So I come back to technology with Web3 technology. I started to study a lot. And at a certain point, I started also to build into the space with some different projects. In 2021, the food industry started again. So I had the choice, come back to my food job or continue as a Web3 entrepreneur. I choose to do both. And for instance, I also wanted to create a space into my kitchen to host people that works in Web3 and make them an interview, but not a technical one, but an interview like a talk that you can do on Sunday when you have a lunch with friends around the table. And so I started this format, Crypto Confidential. Usually, for example, if you want to come and tell, we can also speak about your job and your experience into Web3. And in the meantime, I will cook some delicious food and we can share it. So people can understand Web3 topics that sometimes are very technical and require pretty good technical skill in the easiest way with some entertainment with the cooking show. And maybe they can also learn how to cook some new recipe.
Yeah,
and I think that food is always something great to connect people, especially here in Italy. And so bringing together food, Web3, for me is the most natural way to bring things
yeah, and I think
together and on.
having the mindset of a chef, I mean, you realize that sometimes different ingredients come in together and you come up with a recipe which is a total surprise. And that's actually pretty much the the recipe to a lot of community things that when you bring A and B together, you get a total surprise and a total something you were not expecting. So I think that keeps the keeps the spirit of creativity alive, by having these cook-offs. Isola, I think you've joined. Was there any problem with the audio? Is Giorgio's sound coming on okay in Spatial?
Sorry?
No, I think Isola was having some trouble with the audio in Spatial. I was just checking with her.
Yes, now we are back. So you can, keep sharing your journey a little bit because I was having the space crash for a little bit while. So yeah, I'm sorry for the technical problem, but when we are having 35 people, I'm super happy to see everyone. But also I have some internet connection. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
Giorgio.
I hope
Have anything
it's
further
not
to
a problem of my connection.
I don't think it's your connection. I think the live stream crashes sometimes
No,
because
it's just like my computer was a little bit crashed multiple platforms. And Giorgio, if you want to share more about like what kind of project you are building, because for me, I know you're super strong in the Web3 community and also organizing a lot of events in Milan and also in Italy, quite famous. So if you want to talk more about like community side and what is your like multiple project you are growing, so everyone can know better. Because today we have the Italian community, also the global community who are very interested in the Web3 world. So it's a very good way to share all the insights and connect people together.
Okay. So, as I said, I work with different projects in Web3 space. So, I have this little project that is called Ristoratore Digitale. It is a startup that I co-founded here in Italy, and is a food tech company. The aim is to help to help restaurant owner to leverage their activities to enhance their economical returns and to have the complete control of the quality of their food. So I designed this application, very easy to use, also because it's designed by a chef and not by an engineer. So the logic behind the application is very clear for someone who works in the industry. And recently, with this startup, we have been incubated into Lugano acceleration program with both the University of Switzerland and ICP Internet Computer Protocol, because we are building the next MVP, the Web3 version with Internet Computer Protocol technology, and so that's I think a very good project because I started building a few years ago in Web2, and I'm actually using it into my food activities. And this idea started because I had to control both the quality, the cost, and the process while I was not into my restaurants or other activities. So that's maybe the closest project in Web3 that connect also my food activities. Another one is Florest NFT. Florest NFT is a project that came to help saving the forest, especially starting from the Amazonian one, because the forests are the lungs of our planet, and unfortunately, we are destroying them. So we needed to save them, and so with Florest NFT, we tokenize Amazon rainforest into NFT, and the owners of NFT not only saves forest and the inhabitants, but also gain some carbon credit that can be used to compensate the emission or to be sold on the market for companies that need them. Other things that I do in the space are some. I work a lot with institution to make courses Web3 especially for people that want and companies that want to join those new technologies. Like for example, with Sole 24 Ore, I'm hosting a small masterclass for some masterclasses to help companies to understand the possibility of those technology. And maybe that's it. I think it's quite a lot already.
Yeah, I think you covered a lot. And I had a quick question. How do chefs think about intellectual property? Do they think of recipes as IP? Is there an opportunity to make recipes into a way of, shareable IP where they can be compensated if someone else uses their recipe?
Well, actually, there are no opportunity to cover by copyright a recipe because it's very easy to. I mean, if you only change a small detail, the recipe is different. So it's very easy to change them. For example, carbonara, you cannot have the copyright on carbonara, but you can have your own version that is a special one. So for example, with the Ristoratore Digitale, my solution is to transform recipe into NFTs. Those NFTs allow you to create the exact recipe of the chef, of the creator of the chef, including all the ingredients, of course, the quantities, also for a huge quantity, tools, etc., etc. And so you can have my specific and magical version of carbonara into your restaurant, and as a creator, I can earn some money from the leveraging of my recipes. So it's not a copyright, but it is a revenue share for the using of my techniques and recipes. And also with the help of blockchain, people that actually hit my recipe can cast a vote, a review, make a review, and have we are in blockchain. Every review is true, so it's also solved the problem of TripAdvisor, for example. So if you see that my carbonara has a rating of 9 out of 10, maybe it's true. So maybe it's a good recipe of carbonara.
Got it. Thank you very much. We appreciate all your, everything that you've shared. And we're going to take a couple of minutes while the next speaker joins. If you want to share your socials, you can have it on the screen, and everyone here can, follow you on social.
Yes, basically you can find me on every social with my surname, so Gremenia, but through this QR code you can also access a small page with the main project that I follow. So I hope everyone that come to next event. Then the next event will be on April 10th. Always at Lux, my restaurant in Milan. Is located close to Lambrate station, so it's also very easy to reach. And if anyone want to join, I don't know, some community, or if you want to present your project, please contact me, and we will organize a keynote or maybe also an episode of Crypto Confidential. So thank you again, and see you soon at Lux.
Thank you very much. That was great. We had Marco, you're still screen sharing. Great. We had with us Giorgio, who talked about bringing in the whole cooking and events and being a chef. I think it was a completely different perspective. We next have Marco Pizzini, founder of MateGate, and he's going to be talking about to the metaverse and back, and he's the metaverse head for Over the Reality. So Marco, if you're ready, you can take it on from here. You can, I see your video and you want to screen share, so you can take it on from here.
Hi everyone, I hope you see my screen. If I can have any confirmation about this, would be great. Thank you. I'm Marco. I'm the CEO and one of the founders of MetaGate. We are a startup based in Milan, Italy, and we are really focused on developing augmented reality. And we have chosen in this moment a couple of platforms or devices since we really develop on over the reality that I've seen as already spoken today, and I want to say hello to them and also to all the other friends I see here, like Isola and Giorgio for sure. Roberto I see here, and we have decided to develop on this platform because we see a lot of use cases related to augmented reality. And in the near future, we see how the metaverse, as we call, could be the new user experience or user interface of a lot of technologies that are coming to maturity quite together in this moment. So we are speaking about, for sure, Web3 with blockchain, NFT, and all this stuff. But we are also speaking about artificial intelligence, IoT, and for sure, augmented reality, that is another technology. And so for us, also the last sentence you see here, a better word could be also our intention, but it's also an advice because we see how fast we are going developing in the last period, and so also it will be always more on us the responsibility on how to develop on these technologies. So in MetaGate, we are really focused to trying to reduce the cost and risk when we try to develop new experiences or new features on this kind of technologies. And for sure, as we are here, communities are the main, the best way to build new use cases, to test them and to validate them. And we want to be ready for sure for the new upgrades that all these technologies are releasing day by day in the last period. Last year, I came here speaking about the digital identity because in this metaverse, in these extended realities, we can choose to be whoever we want, but we are also able to be ourselves. So the last year we were speaking about this, but this year I wanted to speak more about 3 themes that we are more focused on for 2024. The first one, it is more related to sustainability, and here in the slide you see 3 main words that are really important for a more institutional word. That is, the acronym is ESG, environmental, social, and governance. And we really think that this could be a driver for the next years, because yeah, sustainability is really an important theme, and all these technologies and augmented reality first can be one solution of this problem. And all these words, environmental for sure, it's so clear, but also social and governance are so involved in these technologies. And in particular, fashion, since we are today speaking about fashion, could be a response for these themes. If we think about fast fashion, it's really easier to adapt and to solve this problem in a digital way, changing our clothes, but also expressing ourselves with digital wearables without an impact on nature and on environment. So we are really focused on trying to push this narrative as far as possible, also because we see a lot of incentives also from institutional sides on this theme. The second thing we wanted to speak about today, it was about KPIs that are something so difficult in this moment to obtain from the different platforms for two reasons. The first one is that there are maybe not enough people inside of these worlds at the moment, and so it's really difficult to have enough data to reach and to demonstrate some use cases. So we are really focused on trying to obtain as much as data as possible to demonstrate that these use cases can work also in a more industrial way. And also here for fashion, we are really aware that also the wearables as NFTs can be really a driver for this, because every time we can wear a wearable that is also an NFT, we can create some data, we can obtain some data that are really important to analyze. And so this is a suggestion also for the developers and of the platforms, or also for the designer, to start thinking about the wearables in this way. The last thing we want to share with you, it was more about the headsets, because finally we reach a couple of assets that finally works also for augmented reality. And we are speaking about Apple Vision Pro and Meta Quest 3. We have we tried and we used both of them, and finally it's something that that works. They have both different uses, I can say, but they work, and this is really important, and it is only the beginning of a new era in our opinion. What we would like to see in the near future is this kind of devices that has just arrived. If would be able to integrate them in a fashion narrative, but in this moment it's not so close, so easy, because they are so big, they are not so easy to use outside. But we really hope to see them as an accessory in a fashion catwalk or something like that, because it would be really helpful also for our industry. And so this is where we are right now. We are really focused in this moment to developing on these kind of devices. And for this year, we will be focused on this. We are waiting for the integration also on the platforms like Over, that is going to integrate, I think, both of them, Apple Vision Pro and Quest 3. In the meantime, we are already trying to develop some experiences, and the end tracking we are developing in this moment is really something that I suggest everyone to try. And here we are developing this kind of things, and so I don't know what to add. We are based in Milan, and if you want to try some of these experiences, you can find us for sure at Giorgio events. We are also often in his restaurant. But I think you will find us also at the NFT Fest in Lugano, and also at the Ethereum Milano. So I hope to see you there. Here there's our links, and here we are.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate the way you shared that. I think some of those experiences that we've seen on social media, especially the way the large catwalks happen in the town squares, I'm assuming that's intentional, that you've designed them in that way where they show up real large so you can see them from far away. Are you at all looking at making smaller experiences that can show up inside someone's house, or that's not something on your focus right now?
Yeah, absolutely. This is only one experience. With augmented reality, you can play with dimensions, so you can do really small things or so huge. So we have discovered that hyper-realistic experiences could not be the answer in this moment, because when you convert the client, the final users in this moment is on the social networks and not on the platform, because there's really not enough people there. And so what we have seen that is more the not hyper-realistic assets, but more surreal assets or experience that attract more people on the social network. So for sure, something different from what you are expecting is what we are trying to develop. And each time we do something like this, we are also trying to create like a template in order to be really faster the second time we do something like any experience we have to do. For example, a gallery. The first time we did the gallery was really a mess. The second time we did in half the time, and now it's so faster. So this is our way to work, and yeah, we are trying to discover now how to do the same we did in the last year on the smartphones. Now we have to transpose this on the headsets with some different interaction with our hands or our eyes or something like that.
Excellent. I think some of these landmark locations they speak to the audiences. So, you know, when you share with these backgrounds, they automatically are like so relatable. Thank you so much, Marco. I think your presentation was very well. And I think we've got down your socials as well. I'm going to go ahead and introduce the next speaker. We have with us Roberto Guarini. He's the founder of Original, founder of Noku, founder of NFT Fest. He's a serial entrepreneur. Marco, I think you're still sharing. Yeah. He's a serial entrepreneur with 30 years in business. My question to you, Marco, my question to you, Roberto, is how do you stay so young? Because you don't look like you have 30 years of experience. He's a blogger, public speaker, author of Crypto Economy and the Chaos Economy, and he's going to be speaking about NFT Fest. So, Roberto, the floor is yours. If you have something to share, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Aditya. Thank you for your compliment. Unfortunately, I have 55 years and 30 years in business. So, and 10 years of this 30 is in a blockchain business. So I think that working cryptocurrency environment, you have to still young, otherwise you are dead. But in any case, I thank you for having me here today, and I'm happy to have the possibility to talk about the NFT Fest. But first of all, Lugano. Lugano is my city. Lugano is one of the most crypto-friendly cities in the world, I think. I love Lugano. I made a lot of things here. I developed also the Luga cryptocurrency. It is the first, I think the world first cryptocurrency of a municipality. And we made the My Lugano app. That is a wallet, multi-chain, multi-wallet, multi-asset. That is a wallet of the municipality. And other project like Lugano Incubator, that is an incubator for startup, and I will show something at the end of my presentation. And with the municipality, we are organizing the third edition of the NFT Fest. You know that in, I will share my screen now. And wait a moment. Okay. Oh, okay. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, sorry. I had to restart my screen. Okay, and so the NFT Fest is organized here in Lugano with the municipality. I am the founder, but the event is fully supported from the municipality. The first edition was 2021. And we call it NFT Week, and then we changed it NFT Fest. Why? Because at the beginning, we had only the arts, and then we had the arts, technology, music, and gaming. Last year, we had a lot of fun. So can you see my screen? Yes?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay. We had 3,000 attendees, 160 speakers, 60 artists, and 30 sponsors and partners. And we had a lot of activities, art activities, music, and workshop. So the idea is to aggregate all the people, international people that want to talk about technology and want to share the experience in the Web3 and the NFT project, and to see a lot of nice fine art, crypto art, NFT art. And last year we had a lot of business, a lot of things to do during the festival. So we want to replicate this experience this year in June. This year will be in June, 14, 15 of June this year. And this edition will be a little different from last year because the location will be all the city. All the city will be the location of the NFT Fest. We start, the focus of the event will be the municipalities that you are seeing right now in my slide. Inside the municipality, we will have the main stage and we'll have two full days of speech with a lot of international speakers and entrepreneurs in this area. And then outside the city, in the 400 shop that we have connected with cryptocurrency, because probably you don't know that in Lugano we supplied to all the merchants, to all the shops, 400 shops, Web3 technology to pay to earn cryptocurrency for any kind of things that you want to buy, from McDonald's hamburger, from McDonald's to tattoo, to swimming pool, everything. You can mostly live in crypto in Lugano right now, and all the merchants that are connected to our network accept Bitcoin, Tether, and Luga. Luga is the cryptocurrency of Lugano, of the municipality. One of our partners here in Lugano, you know, it's Tether. Tether that organized every year here in Lugano the Plan B Forum. Also this year, the Plan B Forum will be in October, 24, 25, I think, of October this year. They are friends of us and they support us also for the NFT Fest. So inside these shops, you will find a crypto art, NFT art, a monitor that will stream art and a kind of performance, live performance during the event with some of the most important crypto artists in the world. Last year we had Sky Gulp, we had Fabio Giampietro, we had Jesse Trackler and Fabio Clapis and a lot of other big artists, and the same this year, and probably we'll have also Rafik Nadal, that is the artist that sold this NFT to the MoMA with this fantastic fine art that he made last year. So all the cities will be involved in this event, and also the square, the 3 squares around the municipality will be booked for the event, and you will find a food court, art exhibition, and performance during the event. And I remembered you that in June in Lugano it's very hot, and it will be very nice because it's summer and everybody go out of the south and have fun. And last year we had the 7 side event, and the most important event was the Bored Ape Party in the middle of the lake of Lugano with a yacht. And probably we will do the same also this year. And we had a lot of very, very nice speech, very deep speech about technology, about community engagement, social engagement, etc. And the same we will do this year. Last year we had Sergi Mata, Paolo Arduino, Pedro Herrera, Dominic Williams, Zeneca, Sergio Varona, our major, the beat Mike, Michele Folletti, that's a very proud major and very Bitcoin maximalist major. So we are very happy to have this kind of major. And a lot of international speakers. The same, we will have also our friend Giacomo Zucco that lives in Lugano, so it's a friend of us, and a lot of other friends. Okay, so we will have also an art gallery. Last year it was amazing, mostly at Asilo Chani. It was a very nice exhibition of art. We will discuss about technology. We have here in Lugano the first fine art in augmented reality in the middle of the lake, and the art is called The Monster of the Lake, that made a friend of mine, an artist friend of mine, that is Roberto Giavarini, that last year donated this fine art to the city. And if you come in Lugano, you can see this art, this fine art, in the middle of the lake with your smartphone or with Oculus or augmented reality. And we will have, of course, party. We like party in Lugano, so every evening we will have party. Last year we had my friend Guido Corleone and some other nice rapper from San Francisco and Los Angeles, and we will have a lot of fun also this year. And one of the sponsors of the event is the Casino of Lugano, and on Saturday we will have a rarity party where you will find some interesting fine arts, very rare, and we can have fun until the next day. So I think that I have finished my time, but be advised that you can book your tickets on Eventbrite and we still have some free tickets. So go to Eventbrite, book your free ticket, or if you want to come in the backstage to do networking with all the organizer, all the speaker, all the international guests, you can buy the backstage. Or if you want to join us with the VIP dinner and the rarity party at the casino, you can buy the all-star ticket. Okay, so at the end, I can say to you that we will have also a Lugano incubator round, and we will select 6 startups that we will finance with the municipality of Lugano and the Internet Computer, $85,000 per each startup that we will select. So please make an application if you have a startup at the website web3.lugano.gx. My website, if you want to know more about me, is robertogorini.com. Thank you for your time, and thank you for having me here. Absolutely. I cannot hear you, Adrian. Probably you are in mute.
I was on mute. Sorry about that. It's been about 4 hours of presenting, so I just completely lost track. So yeah, thank you for presenting that, and I think it seems like a very attractive event, and I think a lot of the things that I picked up, 14th through 16th of June, I think those are the dates. And you said Lugano,
15 of June. 14, 15 of June, yes.
Yeah, and you said it'll be a nice warm time for Lugano, and I think what was interesting was, of course, the warm location and the beautiful location, the parties. I found it equally interesting that you had 7 side events, and the 7 side events, and you even had something in the middle of the lake. So, on a yacht. So I think all of that seems very attractive. I just had one question, because you are talking about incubation and you're talking about, new startups joining. What about the new people who want to come into Web3? Because, you've been a seasoned entrepreneur. You've seen that many of the other industries, especially entertainment, and they have way more participation from general crowd. And sometimes we find that Web3 is like a bubble because everyone speaks their own language and no one comes in. So do you have any talks for people who are new to the space and, welcoming them? Because I do see that your ticketing is very attractive. It's not prohibitively expensive. Your ticketing is on Web2, on Eventbrite. You don't need to have a NFT to, buy it. So are you having any talks, and have you having any tracks where people who are new to the space of Web3 arts, Web3 in general, or where they can learn more about the space? Because that's something we see in Web3, that we're in a bubble and we don't have too much of general population participating.
Well, I'm in this business from a long time, and yes, Web3 is a bubble, but in Lugano we want to build, so we are not in the beer market, we are in the build market, and we're still building, because we think that this technology is here to remain, and It's an important, a revolutionary technology. So the process that I can have for the startup is to continue to build and try to find some partners, some grants, some angel investors, some venture capital to support your developing. We are constructing this environment here in Lugano. We will open, I can give to you some alpha right now. We will open in Lugano a Lugano hub to host some startup that want to develop in Web3, NFT, and high technology here in Lugano. And we start this activity with this Lugano incubator that I founded with the municipality in January this year. And we started with a big partner. A friend of us is Internet Computer, the Definitive Foundation that is based in Zurigo. And we started in January, founded 6 startup, and we want to found a new 6 startup in June during the NFT Fest. So the suggestion is to present a project that involved the architecture of Internet Computer, of course, definitely, because for the first period we are working with the ICP. And next we will have other partners like Polygon and other foundation. But now we are starting with Internet Computer. So a project that makes sense, that has a real use case involved in Internet Computer architecture. And we will have a look to all the application and decide for the startups that can be founded in June during the NFT Fest. For the application, you don't need to be a Switzerland company, Lugano company. And for the first 2 disbursement grants, you can still be in your country or at home. But for the 3rd and 4th disbursement, you need to make an incorporation or a society or a kind of association here in Lugano inside the hub that I think that we will have physically after the summer. So and the idea is to start founding startup from all over the world, but startups that want to move in Lugano and build in Lugano, because we are constructing here in Switzerland, in the Italian part of the Switzerland, an environment, in a Web3 environment to develop technology.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. I think everything you spoke was very clear. I really hope people do come down to your event. And we have with us the next speaker who I'd be happy to introduce. So thank you very much, Roberto, for that amazing talk.
Thank you all. Thank you, Aditya.
Roberto, you're still sharing, so you can...
Yeah, I know.
No problem. Hi, so we have Angelo with us, and Angelo is he's again from Rome, Italy, and he's the CMO of ICP Hub Italia. He's a marketing and communications professional, and he's heading marketing and communications for Rai Publicità, and he's going to talk about the ICP community. So, Angelo, if you're ready, you can unmute yourself and open your video, and you can take it from here.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, nice. And so thanks for having me here. And I mean, you introduced me really well. And yeah, I mean, I hope you can see me better now. And yes, I'm gonna talk about ICP today and our effort with our community. my talk will be divided into like 5 areas. The first one is the online area. So our community is focused. Our community is focused on social media and such as Twitter or X, and LinkedIn and Telegram. We from ICP Italian and Ticino, we manage the community and the voice of ICP all in all over Italy. And our effort is to spread ICP voice and to help people to know more about this protocol, and to help people to create projects and develop more and more. So basically, we are really active in social media and online because we focus all our energy in our channel, and by doing so, we make people share ideas and create connections online. And we are really active also on the field, since we create and we organize like meetup like once or twice a month, mostly in Milan, and but also in Rome and other cities. We have lots of events that we organize or that we host, and we try to join other communities and to create connections and to bring people inside our community as well. But most of all, we like to give people all the clear information about ICP, and to let them know the value of this protocol, and but not just the value of this protocol. We like to explain the basics as well. So such as the importance of using blockchain, what is the blockchain, and the Web3, and so we like to introduce new people inside the Web3 space, and we explain people why they should join the ICP community. And for instance, in Milan, we are in March, so I'm gonna talk about all the events that we had in March, this month, to give you like an idea of what we do with our community. Just this last month, we had at the beginning of the month one event in Milan that's the Web3 night there. We engaged with other communities that they are in Milan. So we create this gathering, and we hosted this event, trying to gather and make people meet up inside this beautiful place. That's the Lux Gourmet restaurant. And so in this space, we give everyone all the information about the blockchain, and we try to give the basics, but not just the basics. We like to explain why they should join the Web3 and all the benefits. And so we create good education about blockchain, and then we explain all ICP benefits and pros, and so we every time we have an event, we give everyone all the information they need to have to understand and to use ICP. And so we like people to understand what they can do with ICP, and we want people to create like things, and if they have an idea, we have them to develop their idea, and we are really open to listen to all the people ideas, and we like to make them feel comfortable about blockchain, and we are really open to add them through their path in blockchain. And so for instance, yesterday we had the Blockchain Innovation Day in Rome, so another city of Italy. The first event I talked about was in Milan. This one was in Rome, and we were at the University of Rome, Tor Vergata. That's one of the most important university here in Rome, and I'm based in Rome. And then the day was all about a big party about blockchain. So there were like new people that they didn't know anything about blockchain. So they were maybe students of technology, but also just curious people. And there were professors and experts. And the day, the aim of the day, the goal of the day was to create like a huge and a big like event where all people could connect, and so where we can create like a community that it doesn't mean that the community just has to be focused on ICP. First of all, the community has to be focused on blockchain and Web3, and so give everyone the value of this new technology. And then we explain them what we do and what they can do by using our technology. That's a really important thing, because as I told before, we want people and experts, but also beginners to open with us and we want to add them to build their ideas, and if they have an idea of a startup or whatever idea, we create connection with them and we have them develop their idea. And so the first part of the Blockchain Innovation Day of yesterday was focused on various like speeches. So professors gave their talk, and experts and other companies, and then we did a speech too, where we explain all the universe of like ICP and the figure and the role of the foundation as well. And so we gave everyone like a big and huge image of all ICP world. And so this was the first impact we had on the community yesterday. And the second part of the day, so after the afternoon, I mean during the afternoon, we had the great pleasure to watch a cooking show by Giorgio Gramegna, and the place where we had where we have the monthly event is at this restaurant. So we often try to connect different parties, different ideas, different people to create like a huge community, because most of all we have to share the pleasure and the love for blockchain and for Web3, and then we can compare ideas and technologies and to create connection. That's what ICP does. Just take for instance the CK-BTC and CK-ITH, and so we create like connection. We like to spread this cross energy between projects and people. So during the first part of the second part of yesterday, that was the Blockchain Innovation Day here in Rome, we hosted this ideathon. So we make four companies, gave the people there that were not just students but also experts, 4 briefs. And people, they were divided into different teams, and they had to find like a solution to the problems that these companies gave. And so they had like 2 hours to create a solution and to create a presentation and to show the presentation in front of the judges. And these teams, they did a really good job, and they present really good ideas, every of them. So most of them, they didn't know anything about ICP at first. So thanks to the first part of the speech, we gave them like an overview of the project, and thanks to that overview, they were able to create like our smart thinking, and they could create a great solution for the problems that those companies gave to them. And there was one winner, but everyone had a good idea, and to create a stronger connection with the winner, but with everyone, we exchanged our contacts, and we linked on LinkedIn. And so we stayed in contact, and with the winners, for instance, of this ideathon, we talked with them about the opportunity to better develop this idea. So I'm telling this because with our community, we don't just talk, we don't just share ideas, but we want to create something real with them. We want everyone to participate, and we want to tell everyone that everyone can have the opportunity to develop and build on chain with us. So that is what we basically do. So we give them all the post information. So they know what we can do after the ideathon. We stay in contact with them, and we stay with them during all the process. So this is what we do with our community. We stay always with them, and we explain things really good, and we are always available, also in chat or private chat or in person or during the events. It's not just a question and answer during the speech, but we stay available during the event. So we meet everyone. We talk with everyone face to face. We want to get to know everyone. That's what we basically do. I see your face. Maybe I mean, I'm running out of time.
No, you have a minute. So if you want to summarize, you can summarize in another minute. We have the next speaker with us.
Yeah, sure. And speaking about startup and developing ideas, that's what we do with the incubation program. So we have meetings, and we have this incubation program where we help the startups to be accelerated, and so we take care of their ideas, and we follow them through all their process. Thanks to the partners that we share this incubator with. And so thanks to this, we give people the opportunity also to meet like experts of the technology, such as the developers of Definity, or that's the foundation, or they can meet like professionals from other parties. And this is what we basically do. So we during the incubator program, we also follow their steps, and we build a community also in this meeting, because it's not just an incubator program, but in our vision, this is a community as well, because we work all together and we share ideas, we share the vision, we stay with them during all the process, and so we invite them at meetings, meetups, such as after the last incubator session. We moved everybody. We all moved to another meetup. That was one hosted by Orange DAO in Lugano as well. That's where the incubator is based, and there we gave these people. So we gave our community the opportunity to meet founders but to make other connections, to create a huge networking. And so this is what we basically do. We build every day our community, and we give everyone the opportunity to create their community as well. So this is how we do it. This is how we work.
Wonderful, Angelo. I think we got a fair sense of how ICP works, and I think you were very exhaustive in the way you spoke about it. Unfortunately, we need to move on to the next speaker, so thank you very much for that.
Sure, you're welcome.
Next, we have with us Rish Lotlicker, who's the founder of Superworld, founder of OMA3, co-founder of OMA3, co-founder of Rogue Initiative. He's often known as one of the most influential people in the Metaverse. We often call him the rock star of the Metaverse. I often see him, I know his profile says San Francisco, but I've seen him often in Miami, Europe. So where are you? You're a world citizen. Where are you from today, Rish?
I'm in Spain at the moment.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
And, we're all super curious on how you're always with these rock stars, film stars, industrialists. So, you're always like partying with the stars. So the floor is yours. We want you to talk about Superworld, and we want you to talk about virtual world in AR. But if you want to just, talk a little bit about how you're so well connected with everyone out there in Hollywood and, all the big movie stars. So that would be a great way to start.
Oh, thanks so much for the kind intro. It's awesome to be here and really excited about what we are doing together here and coming together from so many places in the world. First and foremost, I wanted to just give you a little bit about my background. Thanks again for the kind introduction. I live very globally. As Aditya said, I'm a global nomad. Every year live in different cities around the world. Just to give you a sense, I have an 8-year-old and a 4-year-old. My 8-year-old's lived in 27 countries already. Live very globally, just moved from Miami. Now we're in Spain this year. But the reason I mention that is, that is what our mission is at Superworld. Our mission is to enable people to get to know the world around them, to be able to experience the world around them, to be able to create, discover, and monetize anything, anywhere in real world locations. And so it for me is not just a mission in terms of our company, but it's definitely been a life mission, something that I've really care a lot about and I'm very passionate about. So just wanted you to understand, for everyone who's listening, that what we're building here isn't just a technology. It is a way to build a virtual world that enhances your real life. It is a way for all of us to build a decentralized virtual world together that actually can positively impact humanity and the planet itself. That is our mission. That is why we're all together here at the Fashion Metaverse Conference, because we want to make a difference. And, I often say that the world needs Superworld. It's like the world needs Superman, right? The world needs Superworld. And that is, again, something that I really want to come across, is especially at a time, especially now. I think we are really excited about these technologies, but the technologies that we are creating can benefit each of us in our lives and also can collectively benefit the planet. So with that being said, let me go into a bit more about what Superworld is and how it works. I'm going to share a deck here just to give you a sense for some of the products. I'm going to sweep through this pretty quickly and then go into a demo of what we're building so you can get a sense for how you can get in, how anyone can get in and start using the product right away. Let me start by just going through some slides in a deck here. Let me see if you can see my screen. Okay. So I'm going to talk about a few things. We live in a world where omnichannel marketing includes immersive tech, Web3, and AI. And this is now bringing together people's digital lives and their physical lives. It's an opportunity now that we've never had in the world before to bring together our lives that we thought were separated from the physical and the digital, to bring them together into one. I'm going to talk about three things. So how can brands or users connect with consumers in their online to offline world, and how that relates to real world locations? I'm going to talk about number two, how brands can create content and engage with their audience with that content and encourage discovery all the way through monetization and conversion to a website or a digital commerce transaction in real world locations. And I'm going to present to you a bit more about Superworld and go into the platform so you can understand how it works. Again, my background's kind of ranged from management consulting. I worked on Wall Street in investment banking. I was at UBS and HSBC, started off in physical real estate investment banking. I didn't know at the time when I was working in physical real estate that I would help one day create a category called virtual real estate. But that happened, and we're very excited about what we're doing in bringing physical and virtual real estate together. I worked in venture capital in New York, working for a well-known investor named Adam Stern, who's one of our investors at Superworld. I launched a venture capital fund in Europe called East Labs. We invested in a company called Preply, which is now the largest online tutoring marketplace in the world. I'm also on the board of TechMinsk, the company that Facebook acquired that does all the face filters for Instagram and Facebook, went through TechMinsk and got acquired by Facebook. So I had early exposure to augmented reality through that. After that, I was an early employee at TopTal, which is a talent marketplace backed by Andreessen Horowitz. It's now the #1 talent marketplace in the world. It's a unicorn company. So I learned a lot about how to grow and scale a platform and a marketplace. And then previous to Superworld, I partnered with Michael Bay, the action director, and my co-founder produced Call of Duty. And we built a company called Rogue Initiative Studios, which is a film, television, gaming, and virtual reality studio in Hollywood. Building franchises across film, television, gaming, virtual reality, all the way to amusement park rides and toys. And what I learned from that is a Michael Bay movie and a Call of Duty game are really the same thing. They're built in an engine, Unreal Engine, Unity Engine. We all know about engines. We're in spatial after all, right? So we know what's possible in an engine. It's pretty amazing. And what happened was about 8 years ago, there was a game called Pokemon Go that came out that a lot of us probably are aware of. People running around the world looking for Pokemon. And I got together with my co-founder, his name is Max Woon, and we thought, you know what? Why does it have to be Pokemon? In other words, how could we enable anyone to be able to create anything they want in real world locations and to be able to discover anything anywhere from any real world location, as well as to be able to monetize anything anywhere in the world. And then also to be able to actually own the geospatial locations around the world in real world locations and monetize from everything that happens there. And that was the vision of Superworld, again, to build a virtual world to enhance your real life and to enhance humanity. Now, the issue that we're really kind of facing here at Superworld particularly is that, most virtual worlds out there are focused on, gaming. And gaming is a great sector. And there's a lot of gamers out there. So it's obvious why worlds are focused on gaming. I think what we're doing that's very different is Superworld is focused on your real life, what you're doing in the real world. And that's what makes us very interesting and different, is that what we enable you as a brand to do is to be able to utilize Superworld where you are located, where your business might be located, where your customers might be located. And so that's what our focus is. I mean, currently, you know, we're all used to online and offline frameworks to get customers, whether it's using social media, whether it's, you know, websites or search engines, whether it's, you know, comparison shopping on Amazon or, you know, other places, or, you know, shopping carts and payment gateways to actually do the purchase, or, you know, feedback loops at the end after you've done it. Those are all online. We can think of offline like billboards and signs and, you know, in-store displays and product demos and brochures and catalogs. You know, I think we all are used to these kind of offline things, whether inside of a store or after you buy the product, maybe a place to go and exchange or return the item, right? Those are all physical things. Now, the thing that we're doing at Superworld that's very interesting is that we're bringing that virtual process that you know and that physical process together in real world locations where they happen, right? We all know what's possible with virtual reality and augmented reality. There's so many immersive marketing experiences that you can create. We're in one right now in Spatial, which is amazing, right? And you know, we're exactly, you know, understanding the benefits of doing things more immersively, right? Everyone understands it when they see something immersive, the value and the power of being able to visualize something. So we understand immersive tech. That's important. Number two, Web3. We understand why that's so important. You make your customers into stakeholders. You create brand loyalty. You enable, you know, decentralized ownership. You enable your customers to collaborate with you in building products. So Web3 is important. We get it. We love it. That's very important. And it's really changing the world. Now, AI is all in right now, and it's very important because we're realizing that we can use it to personalize experiences. We can really get to know customers. Customers can work with brands and to be able to, you know, again, create very custom, whether virtual experiences or, you know, predictive analytics or customer service or loyalty programs. All of these things can be very custom with AI. Again, very powerful. So, you know, as we think about this space, Web3, immersive technologies, and AI really come together. And that is what we're dealing with as we relate to what we're building at Superworld. However, again, the thing that I think we're also trying to separate ourselves in terms of what we're building is we're not a game. Superworld can be a game if you want it to be, but at nature, we're about your real life. We're about your business, what you're doing in your real life, you know, maybe an activity you're doing in the real world location, maybe your sports team, maybe your, you know, the fashion show that you want to put on, or the customers that your brand wants to reach. So it's very much about the actual things that you're doing and not necessarily a game or a gamified version of what you're doing. And I think that's what's really different here, okay, in terms of what we're building at Superworld. Imagine a world where you can create content in real world locations. Imagine a marketplace where you can actually buy and sell digital or virtual properties or physical properties, again, real world assets. Imagine a place where live and virtual events, whether they're on Spatial, whether they're on Hopin, whether they're on Zoom, doesn't matter where you kind of create those things. All of those things can be in Superworld, right? We're cross-platform. And then a world where you can buy and sell these digital assets and real world assets from anywhere in the world. So that is what the future of what we're building is. Again, Superworld's mapped on top of the real world. utilizing all three of these technologies to enable creation, discovery, and monetization. These are kind of the 5 main areas that we operate in now. So content creation, you can create content anywhere, virtual real estate, 3D digital twins, events, bookings, and digital assets. We're using generative AI in Superworld as well, so you can generate AI images, you can generate 3D models, you can generate location-based information using generative AI. Again, to go further into the platform, these are kind of the 3 areas: create, discover, and monetize. So you can create any type of content anywhere in real-world locations: VR, AR, 3D, 2D, audio. There's immersive types of experiences, digital twins. All of this is integrated into virtual real estate. You can host events, as I mentioned. We have a very big partnership with Sports Illustrated, where they've added 250,000 live events to Superworld, live concerts, theater, and sporting events, which I'll show you a little bit about. We do NFT ticketing, super tickets is what it's called. And really the whole platform is built around creating your world, right? And this is what I really want to focus in on. When I come to your city, whether it's New York or LA or Tokyo or Boston or Madrid or Singapore, wherever in the world, you could say to me, Rish, check out my world. And I could walk around and you've left me things. You've left a hologram of yourself somewhere, taking me on a tour. You've left photos and videos in different places, allowing me to click and interact with content, or click and buy something, or click and see your latest fashion show. You've left digital assets in real world locations that I could click and buy. You've basically personalized the real world in augmented reality. Again, I have a world, you have a world, brands have worlds. So there's an unlimited number of filters on the world. I'm going to show you a little bit more about how that looks in terms of the product itself. So I'm going to do a screen share and show you the Superworld platform. If you can see my screen now, this is Superworld. We start off with the property tab just to show you how this works. So again, it's a map of the world. If there's places in the world that you love, places in the world that you're connected to, maybe you have a business there, maybe you grew up there, maybe it's where you went to high school or college, right? Everyone has places in the world they love. What you can do is you very easily come to Superworld, find those places everywhere. So if I zoom out on the map, all those numbers show you the numbers of properties that have been bought in this area. You zoom in, anything in blue has been purchased. So if you want to buy that, you have to make an offer on that. Anything that's unpurchased is uncolored, so it's not colored. And that's purchasable at 100 Matic, so about $104. And then anything in orange can be repriced. So that means someone bought it and then they repriced it. So you can see this property is repriced at $195,000. This one's repriced at $187,000. The idea is that if you own a property, you can reprice it to whatever you want, and then someone obviously has to give you an offer or buy it. And if it's not repriced, they can still give you an offer, and they just have to make an offer to you. And again, to be clear, what happens is if you buy these properties, now you become a stakeholder in that location. You benefit from monetization, advertising, e-commerce, digital commerce, data, analytics, gaming, DeFi, anything that monetizes in that location. 0.01, 0.01 longitude, latitude in any real world location across every filter of the world. So not only what you do there, but what I do there, what brands do there, everywhere. So you become a stakeholder on the base layer of Superworld by buying virtual real estate. Now, to be clear, you don't have to buy virtual real estate to use Superworld. You can create a world, right? And this is what I was talking to you about. So Sports Illustrated created one of the first worlds in Superworld, as I was mentioning. They added 250,000 events to Superworld. So I can show you how that works. If I click here, this is an example of a live sporting game. So this is a and National Hockey League, New York Rangers versus the Philadelphia Flyers. If I come and buy a ticket to this game, this real live game, I can buy a ticket to that game right here. And if you own the virtual real estate in this location, you benefit from 20% of the income from that ticket sale, right? So the idea is by owning a real world location, you could actually benefit from a live event that's happening there. So if you're a fan, you could buy virtual real estate in location where events are happening, and you'd benefit from that filter of the world. That's the Sports Illustrated ticketing filter of the world. But the idea is that that's one filter of the world. Now, remember, there's an unlimited number of filters of the world. And that's what brings me to Worlds, our feature, where literally any brand or user can now create their own filter of the world, and they could add real world content to those locations: advertising, e-commerce, digital commerce, data, analytics, gaming, DeFi. All of that content could be 3D, could be 2D, could be audio, it could be AR, VR, literally any kind of content. 360. I'll just show you an example of some user generated content in a real world.
See, so now, so if you go to the side, it's like another way it makes part. Yeah, see. Oh.
So, you know, the idea is you literally can, you know, add content in real world locations anywhere in the world. And if you're in that location, you can view that content. I'll give you an example of this. You know, I created a post of a feature that's coming out really soon here that we launched.
Okay, I'm going to show you an example of what we're doing in Superworld and what you can do. You can create a world in Superworld, and from your desktop or mobile phone, you can add content like this in real world location.
So that was an example of literally, you know, the ability from on your desktop or from a mobile phone, placing content anywhere in the world. So you could put your logo right next to the Burj Khalifa, or, you know, right in Central Park, from anywhere in the world by creating a world. And it's really easy. You just come to Superworld, you create a world, and then there's this create button. And this create button is the centerpiece of what Superworld's all about. And you can create a business profile. You can, again, you know, put your business anywhere in the world. So a lot of us might have a totally virtual business. We don't have a business location or an office, but guess what? You can put your business right in Dubai, right in Singapore, right in Los Angeles, wherever you want. It's a virtual world, so you can actually put it in real world locations. You know, if you go on Google Maps and you want to add your business to a location, you have to have a physical location to do that. In Superworld, we're a virtual world on top of the real world. You can put your business anywhere in the world you want. You could upload content, so 3D content, 2D audio. It's really easy. Click upload, and you can upload to any location on Earth. You can post a link. So anything you've created on Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, you can add that content right into real world locations. You could build a digital twin. So if you own a hotel and you want to create a 3D version of that hotel, or if you have a retail store and you want to create a 3D version of a retail store and have people go in and shop your products, or, you know, buy your clothes, or watch a fashion show, see art, you could literally create any type of 3D version, photorealistic, that you want anywhere in the world. You could create events, which I already showed you with Sports Illustrated. You can create your own anywhere in the world, and you can create digital assets. Now, what's coming is the ability to create your own Web3 loyalty program and to create your own AI chatbot that will walk people through your world. So those are two features that are coming very soon. But really, you know, again, the whole thing that we're building really involves around worlds. And, you know, for those of you that are new to this technology or new to utilizing this technology for your business, I think the thing that's really interesting, and just to give you a little bit of our user behavior, what happens is you know, a lot of people out there, and we know we're on this conference, so we're probably some of the most, you know, first movers of the crowd that we know, right? But there's a lot of people out there that are still trying to understand Web3 or AR, VR or AI. They're curious about these technologies, but they don't exactly know how to get in. And what we're building at Superworld is a really easy way for them to get into these technologies. We're building a gateway. And the gateway is what Worlds is about, or what we're doing on virtual real estate. So what happens is people don't exactly understand the technologies, but they do know where they live. They do know where they have a business. They do know where they grew up, where maybe they go on vacation. No, they know these places in the world, maybe where there's a conference that they attend, right? And so what they do is they buy those locations in terms of virtual real estate, and now they're a stakeholder, or they create a world, as I showed you. They create a world and they have their own map of the world, right? And then now they want to use this technology, AR, VR, Web3, and AI. And so we make it really easy for them to do that. And so then they go to the next step. They create AR content, or they create a digital asset or Web3 loyalty program. They create AI content. And so this starts as this gateway. And the beauty of it is if I learn about your world and you're a brand that I'm following, and you send me a link and I click on it and I come into Superworld and I see the content in your world, the beauty of it is I can click on it and bring it into my world, right? And so now you have a customer or partner who's now promoting your content and your world, right? Everything that you're doing, I'm now promoting it. So now you've brought in a partner, and Choice LGBTQIA is one of our featured worlds that you see on the screen, and they're doing this with artists and all of the activations that they're doing. And you know, we're lucky to be on the Fashion Metaverse conference. We're gonna, you know, have you guys create a world as well. And I think the opportunity here is for all of us to be able to use all of our technologies, whatever you're building out there. We want to give you a home in Superworld to share it. And that's the beauty of it, is it doesn't matter if it is built on Apple, if it's built on Google, if it's built on Oculus, if it's built on Niantic, if it's just audio content, video content, photos, the form factor or the medium doesn't matter. You can add all of that onto the Superworld interface and then just share it with a link. We're web-based, no app download required. You just go to the web and you can discover it. So that's kind of summarizes what I wanted to show you today. And I want to end with just saying that, you know, again, our mission is to enhance your real life, to enable people to build a livelihood using these technologies, as well as to build a decentralized virtual world that positively impacts Earth and humanity. And I think that's something that we all really believe in here. So thanks again for the opportunity.
Amazing. Thanks, Rish, for that. I just had a quick question.
Sure.
So I do remember you speaking about two different filters. Anyone can build their own world, which could be an abstract filter, different from the actual owning the physical space, and there's a correlation of 20% there. How do you see creators? Do you see creators as brands, or do you see them as consumers?
Well, you know, creators can, in our case, can be brands, but they can also be consumers and collaborators, right? So if you're a creator or a brand, or you're a publisher and you're creating content, Sports Illustrated is an example of that. They added 250,000 events, or, you know, Choice, or, you know, any of these brands that have created worlds. They're creating content, or they're selling things, or showcasing products, right? But then they could be customers as well, right? Coming into Superworld to look at other products or partners that they want. But the cool thing is they can also become collaborators. They can become stakeholders in other products by pulling them into their own world. And now they're monetizing from other products, and then the original product publisher or creator is also benefiting from that monetization, right? So we want to create a world that's networked where everyone benefits from, you know, every other world as well. So you can support your partners and they can support you.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense, because if I'm a passive kind of a buyer of real estate, I really don't have time to, you know, publish content. I don't mind just, you know, reusing someone else's content and sharing that. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And I think super excited to hear about your new chatbot feature and the new the new feature you spoke about, loyalty management. I think those two will be game changers as well. All the best to you, and thank you very much for this amazing presentation.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
No worries.